O God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. Minister statements. Minister for Health and Social Services.
Madam Speaker, good oral health is important in our overall health, quality of life. Healthy mouths and teeth in children promote healthy growth, nutrition, speech development, good school performance, and social well-being. Cavities, however, are the most common chronic infectious childhood disease, and they place a substantial burden on our population. Poor oral health contributes to a child's inability to eat, speak, sleep, and learn. In adults, oral disease has been linked to diabetes, heart disease, pneumonia, and Alzheimer's. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that while dental treatment services are not an insured service paid by the Northwest Territories Healthcare Plan, our government is working to reduce oral disease among children and youth through the Oral Health Action Plan, released in October 2018. This plan outlines 4 key areas of action to improve overall health outcomes and promote oral health throughout the entire Northwest Territories population. To establish systematic supports for improved oral health services, to implement the Northwest Territories Health Service Delivery Model, and to provide high-quality, sustainable, and culturally safe care. Some highlights of what has been done since the release of the action plan include the addition of a registered dental hygienist in Norman Wells and the roll-up of daily brushing programs in daycare centres in our schools and communities. There's also been investments in dental equipment across the Northwest Territory by the federal government to support the delivery of dental services in the communities where there are no established dental clinics. As part of this action plan, frontline primary health care providers have begun to integrate oral health screening and education for children and expected mothers during prenatal and well-child record appointments as well. The Department of Health and Social Services and health authorities are also collaborating with community partners to deliver a multi-age group oral health literacy program. The program will feature arts-based learning in schools and at community gatherings. Finally, a territorial-wide oral health social marketing campaign will be launched this spring to encourage better oral health self-care to promote oral health outcomes in the Northwest Territories. Madam Speaker, research shows that starting good oral health practices in early childhood will ensure that children will continue to practice brushing and flossing as part of their daily routine. This is why we partnered with the Northwest Territories Literacy Council to provide parents with a brushing songbook that they can sing along with their children ages 1 to 4. Our ever so awesome N.W.T. brushing songbook, which I will table later today, ever awesome. Later today was illustrated by Neva Mateus and written by Clicho Dene author Richard Van Camp. Funding was provided by the federal government's Children's Oral Health Initiative. The aim of this book is to provide parents with a resource that makes brushing and flossing with their children somewhat that is fun, daily family activity. The brushing song also promotes the importance of snuggling, reading to one another, sharing time with each other. It honors the gift of family by looking after their health and spending time together. Over the months of March and April, Richard Van Camp will be touring communities in the Northwest Territories to raise awareness about the book and the importance of oral health. The book will be translated into the N.W.T official Indigenous languages, and the audio files for the song will be made available on the department's website. An animated storybook promoting oral health for older children is also being produced in the N.W.T official 8 languages. We are looking forward to the first screening of this original media project later this summer. Madam Speaker, of our overall health. This book is one of many resources that we'll be developing for parents, caregivers to help teach them good oral health practices for their children. I want to thank Richard Van Camp, Matea Van Teas, and the N.W.T Literacy Council for partnering with us to raise awareness about good oral health. I encourage all parents to embrace the idea of a fun-filled brushing and flossing time with their children, and encourage everyone to give oral health the time and respect it deserves as overall important part of our health and our well-being. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to talk about the trades and more specifically apprenticeships. With an aging workforce and people leaving the trades, the demand and competition for skilled trades workers will only increase. I see this currently happening not only in Hay River but throughout the N.W.T. In the digital age, the way we work, communicate and utilize technology are changing at a swift pace. The use of high-tech equipment in different sectors of the economy requires that trade workers possess strong essential skills in literacy and mathematics. This change in technology is becoming increasingly noticeable in our communities, which are receiving energy-efficient homes, state-of-the-art water and sewer treatment plants, solar options for power, all these associated with high-tech equipment requiring technical expertise to maintain and operate. Madam Speaker, in the Northwest Territories, we have many workers who, over time, have gained a wealth of experience in the trades. The problem is that the opportunity for work in the N.W.T is sporadic and in many instances short-term or seasonal. It results in employers not willing to undertake the effort, cost, and time it takes to recruit, train, and develop apprentices. The consequence is that the employee does not receive the recognition for the hours of work and training they received while on the job. Furthermore, today's employers are expected to be social workers, psychologists, therapists, counselors, and bankers for its employees, which all result in added costs to the bottom line. Today's apprentices need more than on-the-job and technical skills. They require skills that include judgment, common sense, adaptability, initiative, dependability, responsibility, attitude, and safety consciousness. The question is, how are we going to replace the aging workforce when we have all this going on? There's no easy answer, but we can start by providing access to a quality education for our residents. We can strive to develop a sustainable economy that promotes full-time employment opportunities. We must recognize that the mindset of the workforce is changing, and we must adapt to that change. We must reconsider legislation that impedes business through red tape. We must provide support to our small businesses, as they are most often ground zero for those looking to enter the trades. Madam Speaker, the trades can provide exciting and rewarding careers in terms of challenges and financial return, and I strongly encourage our youth to seriously look at this as a career choice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I want to bring up again proof of income of Housing Corporation policies. A few weeks ago, I raised a concern on how the corporation's practice of using T4 slips, Madam Speaker. This results in public housing clients being assessed at a much higher level than the rent scale than where they should be. That's because the T4 slip shows from the income it was from the previous year, not from where they are currently. This is causing unnecessary stress to the public clients in the N.W.T and across our territory. I'm trying to help them, Madam Speaker. I need the minister responsible for N.W.T Housing Corporation to listen to their concerns, to show leadership that's needed to fix this problem. I have looked back and answered. I'm not satisfied with the answers the minister gave me, so I'm going to ask these questions again today in the simplest language possible. First, I want to see the Housing Corporation's policy manual. It should be available online. The call is public policy for a reason, Madam Speaker. It's not just a guide for LHOs to let their public know what to expect on paying their monthly rent. So I'm giving the minister a heads up today. My first question will be, will the minister be able to table the policy on the LHOs must use T4 slips to determine income of the public housing clients? The second question is going to be, will the minister commit to ensuring that the policy of all housing corporation policies are posted on their website ASAP? And finally, will the minister commit to making a policy more flexible for other documents that can be used as proof of income, Madam Speaker? I'm still hopeful for this minister and her corporation that we don't get today. I'll be looking for, I'll move forward a motion in this House to direct the minister to amend the policy that requires T4 slips as proof of income. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Member statements. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I'd like to speak about the Y.E.L.L.K.NIFE housing plan. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Northwest Territories Housing Corporation proudly announced early in mid-December that Y.E.L.K.NIFE was the first community in the territory to complete their housing plan. Being a member of the Montfouille constituency, I was indeed proud of the community of Y.E.L.K.NIFE. I then heard through a grapevine that a big celebration was scheduled for Y.E.L.K.NIFE on December 17, 2019. I checked with the minister's office. Sure enough, a celebration was indeed scheduled, and I was not notified about it. By that time, I had already committed to being in another important event on the same day, so unfortunately, I was therefore not able to attend the celebration. Thankfully, after contacting the minister's office, I received a letter from the minister expressing her apologies for not informing myself in a timely manner about the celebration. Madam Speaker, she ended with, again, regret that I was not able to speak about this with you directly. I look forward to collaborating with you for betterment of the residents of Montfouille. That was her statement back then. Madam Speaker, the mentioned housing plan was finished in December 2019. The committee received the actual plan and approved in early February. On February 11th, I requested a copy of the plan. The minister responded on 19th that the plan would be available online on the 20th. She also mentioned that printed copy will be made available to my office on the 21st of February. My office followed up with an email on February 25th, and we did not get a response. Madam Speaker, we are now into first week of March, and I still have not received a copy of the housing plan, and it is still not available online. So these are the questions I would definitely have from Minister Housing Corporation at a later time. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Montfouille. Member statements. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Speaker, I want to revisit the issue of the Government of the Northwest Territories Affirmative Action Policy. Once again, because as I see it, this policy is not serving the people of Fort Smith or the people of the N.W.T. The email that I received from the Finance Minister on February the 27, 2020 is a typical government explanation, and I do not accept a response like that from a minister. When an MLA asks us for a response in confidence, I expect a more personal and detailed response. Madam Speaker, I strongly feel that the affirmative action policy across the N.W.T., including the riding of Tabacha, is not transparent or accountable. I've attended many meetings across the territories over my 10-plus years of leadership, with multiple levels of government, and the issue of affirmative action has always come up numerous times in a negative way. Madam Speaker, many people have approached me about how this process is not benefiting Northerners, especially those P1s and P2s within the policy. If the minister truly feels she wants to make a difference as a Minister of Human Resources, she has an opportunity to change the direction of the Government of the Northwest Territories' affirmative action policy as intended. Madam Speaker, we need to develop guidelines and criteria that the Human Resource Department must follow without interference from favoritism and must be based on qualifications. Must be Indigenous to the North, and Northern-born residents must be considered. It is not to be based on friendship, personal preferences, and not who you know and not what you know. Madam Speaker, change must take place with the affirmative action policy immediately. No more direct appointments that end up excluding all candidates that would like to apply for any position. It is crucial that the hiring policies of the Government of the Northwest Territories must be objective, fair, and the best possible candidate must be hired. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We spend a lot of time in this House criticizing N.W.T practices, trying to right the wrongs of the past and hold government to account. But today I would like to focus on an initiative that has been performing exceptionally well in our government, based on my experience. One of the most helpful tools the Department of Health and Social Services has is its System Navigator. The system assists residents with inquiries into various sectors of the department. It directs residents down the right path depending on their individual needs, both frees up resources within the department and delivers a higher level of service to residents. Whether it's accessing non-insured health benefits, senior services, or using medical travel for the first time. Instead of being sent through a maze of email chains and phone calls, you're one email away or call from the answers you're looking for. Mr. Speaker, the Health System Navigator has helped numerous of my constituents. It's been very helpful to my constituency assistant. And Madam Speaker, the goal in the long term is to not have our processes be so complicated that we have a navigator, but that's not the world we presently live in. And there's been a lot of talk in this House lately about discussing personnel issues. And I usually would not do this, but I would really like to commend the current Health and Social Services Navigator, Shoshana Calward-Kirkwood, on behalf of myself and all my constituents. I thank you for all the work you have done ensuring this process runs smoothly. Thank you, Shoshana.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple weeks ago, we heard from the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes about the importance of oral health. I share her concerns and believe that the Department of Health and Social Services could be doing more to support good oral health and the prevention of oral diseases. We live in a unique part of the world with unique needs. In our remote communities, access to regular dental care is not consistent and treatment is not timely or immediate. Accessing treatment is complicated by the fact that dental services are not insured medical services under the Canada Health Act. Depending on an N.W.T resident's ancestry, their funding for dental care comes from different funding pots. For example, Inuit persons may have access to services through the Children's Oral Health Initiative and funding through non-insured health benefits program or their Inuit self-government agreement. Unfortunately, not every community has access to dental services and not everyone can access preventative care. If a dentist travels to a remote community and needs to choose between a preventative dental cleaning or a dental emergency like a root canal, the emergency will always take priority. Prevention programs in small communities are virtually non-existent because of funding restrictions and lack of access to community-based dental professionals. One of the key objectives of the N.W.T's oral health strategy calls for establishing systemic supports for improved oral health services, including improving the regulatory environment. This is one of the areas I feel strongly that the N.W.T must reconsider its policy position. The Dental Auxiliaries Act stipulates that no dental hygienist shall practice dental hygiene except under the direction and control of a dentist. Nurses work in our small, remote communities without doctors. Preventative healthcare professionals like chiropractors and massage therapists are free to work under professional accreditation using their professional discretion to provide services to N.W.T residents. Given the huge demand for oral health practitioners and the known fact that prevention saves future burdens on our healthcare system, why are we not allowing dental hygienists to provide preventative oral health care without the oversight of a dentist? Madam Speaker, the N.W.T's oral health strategy is meant to be in place until the end of the 2021 fiscal year. With this in mind, I believe it is timely for the department to provide a progress report to this House on the work completed to date. I would also appreciate the Minister's support for changing the legislation to allow dental hygienists to provide oral health care without a dentist's oversight, a win for both the final chapter of this strategy and the people of the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. The original Environmental Rights Act was passed as a private member's bill by the Assembly in 1990. That legislation went through its first and only review in the last Assembly. There has been only 4 requests under the Act in 30 years, so it's obviously not very well used or promoted. Of the 4 requests filed, there's only ever been 1 investigation actually carried out. Unfortunately, the new Environmental Rights Act only made some minor improvements to what was already in place. The basis for investigations was extended to include acts of omission, but there is now a significant harm test. You have to show that something has significant effects on the environment before an investigation or a court action might be permitted. There is to be a State of the Environment report and a Statement of Environmental Values. Those are improvements, but it's not a rights-based approach. What was promised were things like an environmental registry, a method for the public to propose policies, programs, agreements, initiatives, and a period for public comment on those items, and in some cases even a response required from the department. There was to be a definition of the right to a healthy environment, public trust was to be defined, and an obligation placed on our government to basically take care of the environment. There was to be a dispute resolution mechanism incorporated into the bill, and investigations would initially be carried out by inspectors. Most of the changes proposed by the committee were incorporated into the bill. Unfortunately, there was never a response to the recommendations from the committee that were approved by this House. Noteworthy recommendations included the following: anti-SLAPP legislation for introduction during the life of the 19th Legislative Assembly, and I'll explain that term a little later. A registry be created to capture all reporting requirements found in the various environmental and resource management bills, allowing the public a one-window access point to information, coordination of reporting with other environmental legislation, and a public awareness campaign around the Environmental Rights Act. I'll have questions later today for the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources on the implementation and promotion of the new Environmental Rights Act. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member for Tunaday-Willaday.
Marcy, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to speak today about the state of our 11 official languages and what I'd like to see our government is doing to keep these language programs running and alive. Language preservation is important to me. It's an important part of our culture and identity here in the North. And in my opinion, if you don't use it, you lose it. Madam Speaker, when you go for a drive on the road, you'll often see signs with the kilometer markers and landmarks such as parks, and they're primarily written in English and French. I'm not okay with that. Moving forward, I would like to see more homage paid to at least one other language other than English in all regions of the N.W.T. For example, we go to the 60th parallel sign, we go there. I would love to go up there and push a button and have at least a welcome in all of our official languages. And when you leave, to come again and have that one of our official languages. Love to see that. And then also at our point of entries like our airport as well. Madam Speaker, according to the EC&E document, Indigenous Language Action Plan, it states that generally departments should be able to offer improved public services in Indigenous languages. In consultation with some of my constituents, some departments are better than this than others. Such departments such as EC&E are making a lot of inroads with students in terms of language instruction, and I'm very thankful for that. However, other departments such as ITI, ENR, infrastructure still have some room for improvement. In addition, Madam Speaker, there are many public hearings too as well I'd like to speak about, and they deal a lot with a lot of legal, medical, and scientific jargon. I feel that we need to have more language interpretation workshops to help keep our interpreters up to date. I'm hoping to see them implemented on a more frequent basis. And growing up, I was raised by my great-grandparents, and my great-grandfather used to have a little recorder, and he'd have a dictionary, and he'd say words in Chippewa, and a lot of words like things like Constitution. There wasn't anything in there. He used to sit there, record it, and he'd put them in a box. And when he passed on, a lot of that language is lost, and then I wish I could have access to that, but no, it's gone. But again, I'm hoping we could see some more work for that done in the future. But in closing, Madam Speaker, language revitalization is important. Again, if we don't use our language, we will lose it. It's important that we have all our languages in written form, visible to the public, because in my opinion, my government is not doing enough of that. However, I'm hopeful that we'll start doing more work in this House and having our digital languages more visible. I will have questions for the Minister of EC&E at the appropriate time. Question, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Member statements. Member statements. Recognitions of visitors in the gallery. Recognitions of visitors in the gallery. Replies to the budget address. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I seek your permission to deliver my reply sitting down, as I find it difficult to stand in one place for a long time.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, last Friday, the N.W.T. Bureau of Statistics released more data from its 2019 community survey. This latest report focuses on financial security. As my colleague from Trinidad-Willowday said in this House yesterday, the findings are shocking. Fully 1 in 5 N.W.T. households reported that they had trouble paying for their most basic needs, including housing, food, clothing, and transportation. Broken down by age, 2,271 children under 15 years of age are living in or near poverty. This is another shocking number, larger than most communities' populations. Yet it's not surprising, if you listen to statements by my colleagues, that so many households and families are in dire need, and that need is heightened in small and remote communities. A deeper dive into the report reveals significant detail about food insecurity. Almost a quarter of households say they are often or sometimes worried about having enough money for food during the previous 12 months. Again, this issue is most pressing in small communities. The place people are most worried about not being able to afford food is N.W.T. First Nation, the Hay River Reserve, followed by Wekwati and Pawlatuck. Madam Speaker, the report also includes a section on housing insecurity. Across the N.W.T, 14% of households reported they have experienced significant financial difficulty in the previous year because of increases to rent or mortgage payments. That figure is highest in Betchiko, with Inuvik and Yellowknife close behind. As well, the report estimates that 9% of households include at least one person who would like to but don't have their own accommodation, and 242 people who said they were homeless at some point in the previous year. The bottom line is this: a significant number of households, including children, are going hungry at least some of the time, and finding affordable housing and preventing homelessness are chronic problems. Madam Speaker, this information captured my attention because of my many years of advocacy on poverty in the N.W.T, and also because we have just started reviewing a budget that promises the better part of $2 billion in spending. My question is, how can we spend this much money more effectively to meet the needs of residents? In particular, how do we help the 1 in 5 households living in poverty meet their food and shelter needs? How do we help alleviate the almost constant worry of having to make agonizing trade-offs, such as paying the rent at the expense of buying food? Once someone's housing and food needs are met, they can get on with other important aspects of life. Let me start by reiterating that $2 billion is a lot of money. In fact, spread evenly among the 44,895 of us who live here, it's approximately $45,000 each. It's the highest per capita spending of any province or territory except Nunavut. Yes, our operating costs are high, but why isn't all this spending doing us more good? Not only with respect to food and housing, but health outcomes, graduation rates, and economic opportunity. How can we help 1/5 of residents who live in poverty to live free from want? Today, I'm going to do my own deep dive for answers. I'm going to review our revenue and spending with a focus on what's working, what isn't, and what needs to be assessed to ensure we're getting maximum value for each dollar spent. Madam Speaker, let's start with revenue. Our largest source of revenue is, of course, the grant from Canada, and it's forecasted to go up in the next year to $1.4 billion. The balance of our budget comes from own source revenue streams, primarily taxation, and our taxation is focused around individuals. Personal income tax and the payroll tax account for more than half of our annual own source revenue. Corporate income tax is very unpredictable. It was forecasted to deliver $23 million to the N.W.T in this fiscal year, but instead will produce a $12 million shortfall. Non-renewable resource revenue amounts are also variable. The last budget predicted $46 million, but that figure has now been revised downwards to $39 million, and the total is forecasted to drop again in the next fiscal year. We have a stagnant economy that is stable for now because of government spending, but it's not feasible to stay on this path for the life of this Assembly and beyond. We are almost at our federally imposed debt wall. To make a comparison that's easy to understand, we've almost maxed out our federal credit card. Contrary to the advice I would give someone in this situation, the territorial government wants to increase our capacity to borrow. The question isn't about whether we have the fiscal capacity to handle the extra debt. We do. For me, it's more about how we are going to repay this debt given our weak revenue. I'm also concerned about the speed with which we've been expanding our borrowing capacity. Madam Speaker, each year during the budget address, I talk about the need to increase revenue, and I'm going to do that again today. The most recent revenue options paper from 2016 lays out several possibilities to raise more money. A tax bracket for high individual income earners would net $2 million a year. A 1% increase in the payroll tax would bring in $20 million. A 1% increase in corporate tax would yield $5 million. The revenue options paper dismisses all of these options because they would increase the cost of living, the cost of doing business, and/or generally make the N.W.T a less desirable place to work and live. There is no evidence presented to support this conclusion. It is instead a Department of Finance mantra and a common talking point for those subtly arguing for austerity. A report commissioned by the previous Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment concludes there is, quote, a significant opportunity for the N.W.T to benefit more from mining, end quote. For me, that's a no-brainer. About $30 billion worth of diamonds have been produced in the N.W.T in the last 20 years. How is it possible then that we are at our debt wall and that 1/5 of households live below the poverty line? What we need is an open dialogue to look at mining income specifically and revenue generation generally based on evidence rather than received wisdom. I'm pleased to hear that the Minister of Finance wants to engage all residents on the question of government revenue. This conversation is long overdue. Madam Speaker, before I turn to spending, I want to look at the options low-income households have to meet their needs. According to that same report I spoke about at the beginning, residents of small and hub communities are most likely to ask friends and family for money. A significant number also take on debt or sell something of value. Those who live in communities where nonprofit organizations offer services use them. These solutions are obviously short-term and easily exhausted. They don't address the root causes of not having enough money to live. Madam Speaker, someone somewhere is now asking, why don't the adults in those low-income families just get a job? Easier said than done in most places, even if people have skills in demand, someone to care for their children, their health, and transportation to and from work. The overall employment rate in Yellowknife and communities outside the capital is at its lowest point in 10 years. The rate is especially low at just over 50% in the small communities. In the 18th Assembly, we made efforts to increase small community employment by creating a special job fund. The revised estimates for this fiscal year peg spending at about $5 million, but the budget for the next fiscal year is going down by almost $750,000. This area should be a priority investment for this government. A job is preferable to income assistance, borrowing from family members, or going without for those who are able to work. The other way the government has tried to create employment is through infrastructure investment. Building the N.W.T Highway and the Stanton Territorial Hospital created jobs, but never as many as we hoped for or for as long as we'd like. After 2 or 3 years, unemployment in the regions goes up again. Madam Speaker, the most recent disappointment is the road to N.W.T. I had high hopes for increased employment in the Clecho region and the positive effects jobs would have on high rates of inadequate housing and hunger in that region. But no. We learned last week that a little less than 50% of the workforce is comprised of N.W.T residents, and of that number, only 35% are Clecho citizens. Further, only 40% of the contracts have gone to northern businesses. What are we getting for our $411 million investment in the Clecho Road? Clearly, not enough, at least when it comes to the number and duration of jobs created. And we haven't learned our lesson. It's astonishing to me that our priorities include 3 more large infrastructure projects that will perpetuate the boom and bust cycle of employment. I believe we should make greater investments in the economic diversification ideas included in our mandate. My hope is that the regional economic plans will be completed sooner than the current timeline of 2023. Otherwise, we will continue to hemorrhage money, jobs, and opportunity to out-of-territory firms and workers. Madam Speaker, you might be wondering, why am I talking about roads when we are reviewing the operations and maintenance budget? The answer is because our operating budget is designed to generate surpluses which help pay for our 25% share of infrastructure projects. Or if surpluses don't pan out, then we have to increase borrowing. Surpluses, Madam Chair, are fickle. The finance minister of the time forecasted a $60 million surplus in last year's budget. What we are getting instead is a $70 million deficit. So when the current finance minister says our surplus for the next fiscal year will be $203 million, I think we have to take that with a grain of salt. Likewise, surpluses in future years that are forecasted to dwindle to just $3 million in the last year of this Assembly. We don't have a lot of choice about generating a surplus if we continue on our current path of cost-sharing big infrastructure projects with Ottawa. We need to come up with millions of dollars to pay our share of the planning and regulatory process for the Slave Geological Province and the Tulsan hydroelectric system expansion during the life of this Assembly. At the same time, the N.W.T is contributing $37.5 million to build a bridge across the Great Bear River, as well as additional planning and feasibility studies for the Mackenzie Valley Highway. Madam Speaker, these projects raise a lot of questions. Can we afford to work on all of them simultaneously? Do we have enough workforce and business capacity to maximize the benefits of these projects for Northerners? Is it reasonable for a jurisdiction with such weak revenue generation to come up with a 25% share of the millions of dollars required? It feels to me as if the federal contributions to the startup costs of these projects are the tail wagging the dog. Ottawa offers 75%, and it seems like a good deal, and it addresses our chronic and significant infrastructure deficit. But in our current economic situation, 25% for all these projects is just too ambitious. We are building roads at the expense of building houses. Houses, not roads, are our greatest need right now, including jobs. Our greatest need right now. House construction will also produce a variety of economic benefits, including jobs for the N.W.T. If there was ever a time to think outside the box on infrastructure spending, this is it. If there was ever a time to talk with federal counterparts about changing this federally imposed requirement for large infrastructure projects, this is it, and I'm glad this government is taking this issue on. Madam Speaker, I'm now going to turn to spending. There are some good initiatives in Budget 2020 to help low-income families, including more money for those on income assistance to offset increased rent and utility costs, carbon tax rebates for individuals, and funding to make the integrated case management program permanent. There is, of course, other government spending that will benefit all of us. But if you are looking for money for those two areas low-income people describe as their biggest concerns, you won't find it here. There's no new money for additional housing and no new money that will help alleviate hunger. I look forward to seeing these additional investments in a supplementary appropriation on our mandate. Madam Speaker, I'm going to circle back to the question of value for money spent by the N.W.T. This issue has new urgency given the Finance Minister's announcement that there is just $25 million available over the life of this Assembly for our priorities. Clearly, we aren't going to get transformative change for that price. I welcome the Minister's interest in the value for money question and her focus on increased program evaluation. Given our current economic situation, the most important sentence in Budget 2020 is, and I quote, "The N.W.T will undertake strategic reviews to ensure programs and services are meeting expectations and that budgeted expenditures for those programs are properly aligned with our mandate and additional revenue options are considered." End quote. This rigorous assessment holds the promise of delivering more effective programs and services without spending more money. This is a promise I'm going to hold on to. Madam Speaker, I started this reply by reflecting on the number of N.W.T households who are not making ends meet for their most basic expenses. I want us all to make our best efforts to improve their circumstances to help them get a hand up. Whether it's jobs, housing, food, or increased tax benefits, we need to develop a plan now to lift low-income families into the middle class. We need to make sure that we are not allowing our most vulnerable to continue to fall through the cracks and be left behind. We need to give these families, and especially their children, hope for a better future, right here in the Northwest Territories. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Replies to budget address. Replies to the budget address. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions will be for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Small businesses are a cornerstone in development of apprentices. Small businesses are willing to hire and support apprentices, but rely on the subsidy program to offset associated costs. Madam Speaker, I would ask the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, what is the total budget amount of financial resources directed towards wage subsidies for apprenticeships? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My first set of questions from the member for Hay River South. It's a big day for me. The total amount budgeted in the previous main estimates was $1.072 million, and that's for the Trades and Occupations Wage Subsidy Program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a big day for me, too. Can the minister confirm or confirm if this budget amount is routinely fully subscribed or undersubscribed? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We don't have the actuals for this fiscal year yet, as we're still in it. But in 17-18, there was $948,000 spent, so nearly the entire budget. In 18-19, it was down to $655,000, so there was a carryover of over $400,000, and that's due to a decrease in the number of apprentices from 92 in 17-18, or these are rather the new registers, to 70 in 18-19. Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question I have here is, what is the current subsidy rates and maximum term of those subsidies provided to employers? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The subsidy rate is $8 per hour to an annual maximum of 1,600 hours per apprentice, and the maximum wage subsidy support is $25,600 because it's over 2 years. So it's for 2 years, $8 an hour, 1,600 hours a year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, for the final question, is the minute? Well, first of all, it's good to hear that, in a sense, that there is extra money in the budget, and money that may have not been spent. So, is the minister willing to look at extending the term for third and fourth year apprentices as well, to to add another year on? And I'd like to see the money be spread out a bit, and it'll really help small business as well. So will you consider subsidizing third and fourth years as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate where the member is coming from. I know it's difficult for small businesses across the territory right now, and apprentices and journey persons are in high demand. And it's difficult to compete with the wages that are being offered by the mines and by government and by big industry. So, to have that wage subsidy it helps. And if you're a small business and you're going into your third year with an apprentice, you might be concerned that you might lose that apprentice, and we need to help support them. So I'm definitely going to look into this. We're going back to the industry and to small businesses to see how these recent changes to the program have rolled out on the ground, and we'll make a decision from there. But I'm definitely going to consider all options, including extending this if those funds are available. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I spoke about proof of income in Housing Corporation using the T4 policy. Madam Speaker, will the minister table the policy that tells the LHOs in the communities they must use the T4 slips to determine the income of the public housing clients? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister for N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Looking at the policy that we currently have for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, I see that it was more meant for consistent income, and it doesn't meet the needs of seasonal workers, and I see that. So then, looking at this policy, I want to review it. I want to see where we're at. I think the decision made at that time was a perfect decision for that government, and it did reflect a lot of good intent, but now time has changed and it does not meet the needs of the seasonal workers. So yes, I'm wanting to go back and take a look at that, and I'll follow up with the member with the discussion and outcome. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good minister.
Minister. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the minister table the policy, though, in the House in regards to the LHOs using that to determine public housing for the clients? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Minister for N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I didn't confirm that. Yes, I would like to table the document, and I would like to have the chance to review it and look at the changes going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of happy people in the territory today in regards to that. Thank you, Minister. Will the minister commit to ensuring the policy and all the housing corporation policies are posted on their website ASAP? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Minister for N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did instruct my department to have the policies available online. I'm not too sure where we're at with that right now. I'm not too sure like the technical process or the administration for that to happen, but I will inform the member that when the policies are available online. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was so excited of question 1. I forgot to ask, what's the timeline? Can this minister give me a timeline on you getting rid of the T4 system and just giving people are able to go in every month and show their pay stub and then get their rent assessed on a timeline? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Nunavut. Minister for N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't want to commit to a timeline because there's going to be a lot of reviews that are going to have to take place in order to look at this policy. But I also want to be mindful that when the policy, I feel that the intent for the policy was to accommodate the consistent income earners. But looking at the T4 slips, it's not working for the seasonal workers. I see that, but also that the rent scale also accommodates, I don't want to say accommodates, but also works with the Northwest Territories that we are the lowest, we are lowest at the rent scale for the rest of Canada. The rest of Canada is at 30%, we are at 19%. I just want to be very mindful of that, but then I see where the rent scale is very confusing to understand and very confusing to administer. But I'm looking at the best results for the residents of the Northwest Territories. And if this needs to be, there needs to be changes for within that policy, I want to review it and speak with the member and just to make sure that we are meeting the needs of the Northwest Territories. And looking at the the T4 slips, I will. I'm not going to commit that this would happen anytime soon. I have to take a look at it first before we end up making the changes because our administration has to follow through with that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. That was it? No, that was it. That was 4. All right. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. My question is for the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources. One of the recommendations from the Standing Committee in reviewing the Environmental Rights Act and approved in this House was the passage of anti-SLAPP legislation, or a law to prevent strategic litigation against public participation, and that should be introduced in the 19th Assembly. So can the Minister tell us whether or when anti-SLAPP legislation will be introduced in this House? Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is my understanding anti-SLAPP legislation is outside the scope of the work performed for the Environmental Rights Act, and most likely would not be the responsibility of Environment and Natural Resources. However, in getting heads up with this question and understanding and looking at that one part of the report. I have reached out to my honourable colleague, the Minister of Justice, and we're more than willing to have conversations and with the member as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I'm feeling kind of slap happy right now, so, but I want to thank the Minister for that. But talk is cheap. I'm happy to be part of that conversation, but my next question, I've reviewed the ENR website and could barely find any mention of a public registry for the Protected Areas Act, let alone some of the other legislation that the department is responsible for, including the Environmental Rights Act. Can the Minister tell us when or whether his department is considering a central environmental public registry to capture all the reporting requirements found in the various environment and resource management bills, allowing the public a one-window access point to information, as is done in Ontario, for example? Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Environmental Rights Act and the Protections Area Act bills that were passed in last legislature, including registries. Through implementation, ENR would start by meeting the information required in each of the acts. Implementation occurs, we will be looking for opportunities to centralize information as resources allow, while not duplicating the comprehensive land and water boards registries. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I want to thank the Minister for that. Look, I'm trying to find ways to save this government money, and having a central registry is one way to begin to do that. There's several similar reporting that's required from ENR around the cumulative impact monitoring program that's under the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. There's state and environment reporting under the Environmental Rights Act. Can the Minister tell us how all this environmental reporting is going to be coordinated? Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The purpose and process and timelines for the environmental audit and the state of environment reports are different. A state of the environment report is required to be tabled within 3 years of the revised Environmental Rights Act coming into effect, and every 4 years afterwards. An environmental audit is conducted every 5 years by an independent body, and the next audit is due to be completed in 2025. The department continues to ensure that it meets reporting requirements in our environmental legislation, that this report is coordinated where appropriate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I want to thank the Minister for that. Just because he says it's coordinated doesn't actually mean it actually is coordinated, so I'm going to have to push that with him. There's nothing, though, on the ENR website about the Environmental Rights Act. There's a general page that talks about how the bill or the legislation was going to be reviewed in the last Assembly, but there's nothing there to help promote the understanding of the new legislation. Can the Minister tell us when his department will finally take a more proactive role in promoting this legislation, and will a plan be shared with a relevant standing committee? Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for these questions. I've heard that ENR's website needs to be improved, and we're looking at that. It's to make sure we have the information, we can easily find it, including the Environmental Rights Act. The environmental website does include a web page for the Environmental Rights Act. The department plans to conduct a public awareness campaign on the Environmental Rights Act, and the department has already updated its plain language summary of the Act and to support the public awareness campaign. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
As cabinet and members, we work under this policy. So we put that it's in front of us to use. So when these ministers coming to our community, they have to give us notice 2 weeks and send us the document. This is the question I want to ask the minister.
Here in the Legislative Assembly of Northwest Territories, we adhere to what we call Process Convention. Madam Speaker, according to the Process Convention, Section 11, bracket B states, ministers will, whenever possible, provide a minimum of 2 weeks' notice, advance notice of any public meeting being held by their departments in members' constituency. That has not occurred in my writing back in December. So I'm just wondering, Madam Speaker, question to Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation. Is the minister up to speed and also familiar with Section 11 of the Process Convention that we have in place? Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Montfouille. Minister for N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies, though I'm not familiar with the Process Convention policy, but back in December we were just newly elected. This was a project that was coming around, that was coming to closure. It was the Y.E.L.L.K. Community Plan for Strategic Housing Plans. So at that time I went and I asked my department if the MLA for Montfouille was contacted. At that time, he was out he had prior engagements, but just for that celebration that had happened, that the celebration did not go forward. There was a death in the community. The celebration was put to a stop, and we just had discussions about the plan, but the celebration did not go forward. We did have a meal, but it was silent. There was a death in the community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
the second question I have regarding the Process Convention, it's stated in the policy that if you give them notice for 5 days in advance to return your question or written question, they have 5 days to return that answer.
That with regular members' requests for information from ministerial offices, the general rule of thumb is that the turnaround time should be within 5 days or less. We understand that sometimes 5 days needs to be extended, and as long as the minister's office lets regular members know about the necessary extension, we are generally fine with that. My request has been well over 2 weeks since my request, so I'm just wondering if minister is familiar with the general rule of thumb, the 5-day rule within the Process Convention. Madam Speaker, it's very important to have this timeline turnaround. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Montfouille. Minister for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My deepest apologies to the member for the request that was not received within 10 days. I would like to ask him if he would be able to resend that request to me, and I will follow up with that immediately. My sincere apologies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Yes, definitely will do. And I clearly hear the minister's apology. This is an area that obviously we need to improve, not only her department, but other departments as well. So I'll be speaking to that in my probably last and final question. Madam Speaker, myself and my colleagues on this side of the House are getting extremely frustrated on how the government is operating, how our side of the House is being treated. In her letter to me, she mentioned that, Minister of Housing Corporation, in her letter, she mentioned that she would like to collaborate with me for the betterment of my constituents. Communication is definitely needs to be improved in this area. Madam Speaker, Will this minister, N.W.T. Housing Corporation, and her department commit to making improvements with respect to giving proper notice and on responding to queries from regular members? Clearly, Madam Speaker, this will be a message to other ministers as well. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Montfouille. Minister for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to advise that I was actually in Beshico in February, and we did meet with the N.W.T. Housing the local housing authority, and I did meet with the MLA was present. It was his meeting request at that time, and going forward, I will keep the members very aware of when the N.W.T. Housing Corporation will be in their community. But going forward, I don't have a scheduled plan for community visits right now. But once our session is complete, I will be sure to forward that information to the members. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Speaker, as the Minister responsible for Human Resources, is she confident that the affirmative action policy is solid and that her direction as Minister is being followed?
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm very confident in the skills and abilities and dedication of the staff and the Human Resources Department. These individuals work hard. They are working hard to be developing a representative workforce. That doesn't mean that work happens over a day, and it doesn't mean that we have a representative workforce right now. That not to take away for a moment from the hard work that happens within that department. I do have every confidence that they are working towards that goal. That goal, however, was already noted, has been noted more than once in this House, is more than simply that of one department. It is a goal for the entirety of the government. It's a goal that we are all going to be working towards. It's one that involves everything from early childhood indicators to education to better health outcomes, so that people are ready to work and able to work, so that they can benefit from the variety of programs that we have in the N.W.T's HR. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Speaker, does the Minister feel confident that the affirmative action policy is objective and serving the people of the N.W.T. in an honest and sincere manner?
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the affirmative action policy is one that has different classifications depending on the types of jobs to which someone is applying. A P1 individual, for example, is someone who is Indigenous, Aboriginal to the territories, or someone who is Indigenous, who is Aboriginal, spent more than half their life in the Northwest Territories. There's also P2 classifications. Depending for a management position, there's 1A and 1B classifications. They're quite rigorous. They're clearly stated, and indeed, if someone meets one of those classifications and passes the requirements for a position, they are hired even over a candidate who may not be so classified, but who may actually have scored technically higher in their application process. I have inquired and been assured that continues to be applied, and I'm happy to receive any information from any member of the public who may be concerned, and we follow up with every one of the requests that we've received in that regard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Speaker, is the Minister responsible for Human Resources confident that the affirmative action policy is being accountable and transparent to the people of the N.W.T. and the bureaucratic processes in place dictating it?
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand that the member has some concerns, perhaps arising from specific incidents. I'm not sure. If that's the case, again, I want members in this House to bring specific concerns to me. I've had specific concerns brought forward. We action them. We take them back to the department. We run investigations. We make inquiries. Individuals who don't receive positions have appeal rights in some cases, and would encourage those who have access to such appeal rights to exercise them. Appeals are done by independent individuals, not members of the N.W.T. And indeed, very often workplace investigations in many cases can be done by individuals outside of the G&W.T. So there are a lot of different layers where independence comes into play external to the G&W.T. But in addition to that, Madam Speaker, again, there's obligations on all staffing to ensure that they're applying policies that are appropriate and following those policies that we have rigorously. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha. Final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, can the minister honestly say before all the members of this House that the affirmative action policy is actually working for the people of the N.W.T? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry. Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Department of Human Resources is constantly working to ensure that it's doing the best it can to be a representative workforce. To that end, as I've said before in this House in the last month, there are a variety of programs. They are continuously making efforts to be responsive as new ideas arise, to be innovative. For instance, developing the Building Capacity in Indigenous Governments program that's being worked on right now is one where it's helping to build capacity in communities with secondments between the G&W.T and Indigenous governments. So there's a constant effort to find new and better ways to improve the workforce, not only in the G&W.T, but in some of our partners here across the territory. And one of those tools is the affirmative action policy. I've already offered to this House to give a technical presentation to Standing Committee, to go through that policy, to consider reviews that have been done, and to engage in a dialogue with all members of the House if there are ways that we can continue to improve that policy for the betterment of the Northwest Territories and the people of the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Tunade Willade.
Madam Speaker, I had a question today for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, going back to my member statement on language. Can the Minister share with us what work is being done to having more of our official languages on N.W.T signs and landmarks? Mr.
Tunade Willade, Minister for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So currently we have official language guidelines, and these guidelines lay out the signage rules for government buildings. So in addition to English and French, exterior building signs are to be translated into the local official languages, and for the main directory board signs, the ones you see inside, the official Indigenous language appropriate to the local area should appear before English and French. Currently, the department, under its the Indigenous Languages Action Plan, there's so many different names here, I can't keep them straight, but the Indigenous Languages Revitalization Action Plan, essentially, there's a lot that's going to be happening within the next 2 years. I just looked at the guidelines, actually, and the copy I found was from before division, and it's my understanding that that is the most recent copy. So some of the work we're going to be doing in the next 2 years is updating those, as well as updating the regulations. Infrastructure is doing work to update their guidelines around signage on buildings, and the Standing Committee, with the assistance of the department, is going to be looking at the Official Languages Act. So in the next couple of years, there's going to be a lot happening in terms of updating the way we display Indigenous languages in the territory. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tunade Willade.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the response from the Minister. That's encouraging. I think if our ancestors are watching, I think we'd be very, very happy to hear that. But going to that, my next question is, would the Minister be open to having interactive welcome and goodbye, so to speak, in all our official languages at our points of entry? And what I mean by that is our visitor centers and our border at the N.W.T Alberta border as well. Mr. Joe.
Thank you, Member for Tunade Willade. Minister for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not quite sure what the member means by interactive, if that's the people working at the centres, or if that is like a touchscreen type thing. That would really be up to the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, who runs those, but I would definitely encourage it. I know that at the north of 60, or the 60th Parallel Visitor Center. When you enter the park, we have the big sign, which is strictly in English, but then as soon as you enter the park area, the sign includes all of the Indigenous languages. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Much to Madam Speaker, and thank you for that response from the Minister again. Encouraging. My last question for the Minister, and this goes to language workshops, and I think it's applicable to all our interpreters that are assisting right now as I speak. Can the Minister commit to having more workshops for our language interpreters, specifically assisting with legal, medical, and scientific terminology in the life of this Assembly? Mr. Chairman, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowdale. Minister responsible for Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yeah, the interpreters at the Legislative Assembly do an amazing job. And I'm sometimes in awe of all the languages that are spoken in this building. It's really like nowhere else. No other legislature around the world, I'm sure. But to the member's point, EC, one of the additional actions that I discussed under the action plan is going to be updating the different terminologies. EC is going to undertake that, with Indigenous language experts and update the different terminologies for the legal terms, medical terms, etc., and are going to provide support to interpreters and arrange training opportunities. So just the kind of work that the member is talking about is the kind of work that we look forward to doing in the next couple of years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions today are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. I appreciate the Minister's opening statement in regards to the oral health strategy, and I'm wondering if the Minister plans to table an official report of where we are with the oral health strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Oral Health Action Plan is currently in place, and it's in place until the 2021 fiscal year. The outcomes are updated as the work progresses or completed. And as this work progresses and some of the work that's completed, as Minister, I am updated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Minister have her department undertake an assessment of the feasibility of allowing dental hygienists to practice without the oversight of dentists so that our small communities have better access to preventative oral health care? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under the current legislation, the dental hygienists are allowed to practice practice independently. With only indirect supervision. The professional oversight is required. The direct supervision is not required, just the indirect supervision. So, yes, we can look at the legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very happy to hear a yes in response to that one. I'm wondering if the Minister has an idea of a timeline in regards to that type of a feasibility study. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister for Health and Social Services.
She put words in your mouth. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Apparently, I need to go back here and just talk about I'm going to go back to the member's original question because I think I might have gotten confused here. So the current legislation, so we have an action plan. The action plan is currently in progress until 2021. The member had asked if the dental hygienists can go unsupervised. They can go, somewhere around the question. The dental hygienist does not require direct supervision. They do require indirect supervision. The action plan that the member is referring to, that I received updates, yes, we can provide the updates if that's what the member and all the MLAs are requesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go back as well then. I'm wondering if, I completely understand that the Act stipulates that there's indirect, there's a requirement that there's indirect supervision from a dentist. However, that means that a dental hygienist that wants to practice in northern communities needs to find a dentist that is willing to take them on under their wing, so to say, and that prevents people from being able to just go to communities on their own as a business owner and provide dental hygiene appointments or preventative health care to people that live in these small communities. What that will end up doing is driving up costs of dental care to people who live in Tuktoyaktuk or who live in Delaney. And so in order for us to be able to provide cost-effective preventative oral health care in small communities, being able to remove that stipulation and expect that dental hygienists who are accredited and who are trained professionals can work without the supervision of a dentist is required. So I'm wondering if the minister is willing to do a feasibility study to look at removing that from the Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can see some of the members are pretty happy over there. I'm not sure about a study, but it is something we will look into. Madam Speaker, oral health in the communities, and like I said in my minister's statement, it's very important. There was a question on the House by N.W.T Twin Lake asking me last month about will the department look at establishing a territorial chief elect oral health officer role. That is something our department is looking into. We need a position in place to be able to go and, we look at some of our health centers and the hygienist chairs are empty, and I recognize that, and our department needs to go in and have a look at the system and see what is required within the legislation or perhaps make changes to it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions? Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's been quite a lot of talk about the Arnica project over the last weeks in this House, and I'm happy to hear that there's been a meeting and that seems there's still some hope for this project to go through, although I'm still a little confused on some issues. The Minister had previously clarified that they had not seen the CMHC report and in fact relied with CMHC. So my question to the Minister responsible for the Housing Corp is, has the Housing Corp seen the CMHC application and are they aware of the defects in that proposal?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister for N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As of to date, we have not seen the Yellowknife Women's Society application. The application that the member is referring to is a federal land application, and it is for federal funding. CMHC is working with the, NWTHC is working with CMHC to work towards clarification on this funding that is available to the residents of the Northwest Territories. Right now, we are, the application, I can't even confirm if it actually has been submitted, but we have been meeting with the Yellowknife Women's Society, and we recently just met earlier this week. Or last week, sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It appears, despite multiple meetings and no shortage of questions here, there still appears to be some breakdown in communication. Will the Minister responsible for the Housing Corp ask CMHC and the Women's Society to get a hold of that application and the response and make sure they are aware of all of the shortfalls that were in the application so that we are all on the same page?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister for N.W.T Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to confirm with the member that my staff did reach out to CMHC. They did have a conversation and they did encourage Yellowknife Women's Society to submit the application, and CMHC will be going through the application with them thoroughly, so they would be able to address the concerns that CMHC had identified on the letter that was sent to them February 18th. But unfortunately, the Housing Corporation, we don't have the funding. We are not the main funding source, so we don't see the application at this point, but going forward, that relationship and that communication will start to improve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Madam Speaker, I'm a little perplexed that at this point, with such a close deadline, the Housing Corp is not seen the application and aware of the shortfalls. I heard the minister responsible for the Housing Corp previously discuss not wanting to set proponents up to fail, wanting to make sure if we're going to provide our funding for any housing project that we know that it is sustainable. I do not understand how the Housing Corp is capable of doing that without looking at the response from its CMHC and without knowing the shortfalls in the application. Mr. Speaker, my question is the Housing Corp then solely relying on the judgment of CMHC to commit their money? Have we done any review of the application?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North, and it's Madam. Minister for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Going forward, we are looking at the process, and I don't want to sound as if the Housing Corporation is discouraging the application. I really want to stress that the application is a federal application and it is federal funding. The Housing Corporation did have a conversation with the Yellowknife Women's Society. We did come to a conclusion, and that we are here to work with them going forward. But I really don't know how much further to comment, but the application does sit as a federal federal application. The decision is based on what the Yellowknife Women's Society is asking. The project, I believe, is $4 million, and going forward, I need to see what is it that they've been approved for, and so we could work together and going forward. But I would like to encourage that the application that was completed, it was completed by a consultant, and I've encouraged the Yellowknife Women's Society to involve us in their process. Like, the application belongs to them. It is a CMHC funding process, but we are here. We have supported them. We have met with them, and just going forward, I want to improve their communication. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Yellowknife Women's Society has reached out to the Housing Corp throughout this process. They've reached out to almost everyone in this House, Madam Speaker. There has been nothing but attempts to reach out to the Housing Corp and work with them. My concern is, on one hand, the Housing Corp minister is talking about not wanting to set people up for failure, wanting to make sure that we have a strong investment, which I support. Yet on the other hand, they're saying they're not even part of the application process. There is a deadline on here. I do not want the Housing Corp, once the CMHC has provided their funding, to all of a sudden raise some new concerns that should have been raised months ago, Madam Speaker. My question for the minister responsible for the Housing Corp is, can we set out a guideline of what our role is in making sure we can successfully get the co-housing federal money from the federal government? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister for N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I could hear the frustration in the member's question, but going forward, looking at the process, I do find it very complicated myself. I look at the project that it looks like it's almost simple to go forward, but it's the paperwork that's in between. It's federal money, territorial money, and looking at co-investment, co-investors, and to work with this project going forward. Right now, the Housing Corporation is engaged, and we are working on a process going forward, and looking at how are we going to deal with projects like this and making sure that they're set up for success. right now that I do have a meeting that's scheduled with CMHC to clarify a lot of the justifications that they've identified on the application, but going forward, there needs to be I understand and I hear the member that there needs to be the communication needs to be clarified. Going forward, we do, the Northwest Territories does have access to this co-investment fund that's sitting there. We do have other interested parties going forward, but we really need to be clear on the process. And I understand that the member has expressed that there is a deadline for this project to go forward, and I really want to stress that the Housing Corporation is not holding up that deadline, that there are requirements that are needed on that application. It needs to be completed, and I would really advise that whatever the CMHC has included in their details, in their letter, in their conversation, that it needs to be met. The requirements need to be met, and as the Housing Corporation, we're there to support the application, but I hear the frustration, but as the Housing Corporation, we are trying to work and figure out a strategy of how we're going to be working with the co-investment fund going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T, round 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a good day today, Madam Speaker. Minister responsible for housing is going to make changes for us in regards to our T4 system. Madam Speaker, can we try to work with the minister and get a timeline and use her minister's directive and telling her staff before April 3rd, before this House is convened, that we have something in place where the LHOs could just start utilizing the income verification by check stubs in the communities instead of a T4 system, or make it optional? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For N.W.T, Minister for N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member. But right now, I'm not familiar with policy changes and how fast we could make this happen. And the policy that's in place currently right now, I feel that it's been accommodating consistent income. So right now we've changed, and we're recognizing that we do have seasonal workers. Going forward, I need to be very strategic and very specific on making these changes. So unfortunately, I cannot commit to the April 1st date. I need to make sure that how the assessment was completed, the first that included the changes to the policy that we currently work with right now. That what were the changes? What did they engage? What did they consider? And looking at even at the cost of living, and what does it honestly take for our units to be maintained and for them to be administered. I want to take those into consideration as well too, because as the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, we do spend $30,000 annually on the units. We do take care of the sewer, the fuel, the property taxes, the lease payments, and I just need to make sure that when we're calculating these rental incomes, that it does accommodate the seasonal workers, just as we have made the adjustments to accommodate the consistent income earners. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In regards to that, policies can be changed anytime. Once a minister's directive and once a minister makes that decision to go forward with it, she can make change. Change will happen when she tells her staff to make it happen. In regards to it, I appreciate all the work and what she's saying to us and stuff like that, but again, we have to realize that the housing units, we get $45,000 a year per person per year. That's every man, woman, and child, babies, everybody. So the thing is, the houses that are substandard housing in my riding anyway, they're 30+ years old. We have some new ones, but not enough. We're short about 300 houses in my riding. Madam Speaker, this minister could make change by April 3rd. If she gives a minister's directive, would the minister commit to me about making change in using no more T4s or make it optional? Even making it optional, you're still doing the same. They're doing the same thing, the department, but you're making it optional for the person to come in every month to show you that slip and you'll get the exact amount what you're doing instead of ripping them off. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut, Minister for N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would encourage the clients in the riding of the member to get into the LHO offices right now and do a rent assessment, and looking at the T4s, if they feel that they're paying a lot more and too much for the current public housing units that they reside in, and that is an option that we do use the T4 slips annually to calculate the rent to be consistent, but also there is the option to do the rent assessment that can be done month by month, and it doesn't have to be based on the T4 for the rest of the year. We do recognize that we do have income earners that are not consistent throughout the year, but I would really encourage the member to speak with his constituents to get into the LHO offices in his riding and have a rent assessment completed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank Minister too. In regards to, so everybody in the Nunavut go get reassessed in public housing. That's what I want you to do. Please and thank you. It's going to help yourself. In regards to that, like I said before, the reassessments, not everybody has government jobs to go off T4s. All the jobs are taken in our small communities and people are hurting. So if the minister would come up and just say, yeah, by this day we'll have a T4, you could use your T4 or your monthly check to get assessed, would that be possible? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Minister for N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's exactly how the program works. Bring in your monthly income month to month and get reassessed for that month, and bring those T4s forward. Bring those income slips forward and into the LHO offices so we can reassess those rental incomes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunavut, final supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, will the minister commit to making this policy more flexible so that the documents used for income is the T4? Again, I really want to make it clear for everybody, the T4 or a pay stub to go and get reassessed every month. Are they allowed to do that? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Nunavut, Minister for N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Madam Speaker, I see that, I hear this throughout the Northwest Territories that it's something that needs to be discussed a lot more. I think advertisement on the programs that the Housing Corporation currently has, but right now, if the member and their constituents are to get into their LHO offices with their T4s and their pay stubs, they are eligible for rent assessments. Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
I want to ask a question regarding children. They go through difficult times. They have a lot of problems. I want to talk about the treatment.
Go second round of questions on it's been brought to my attention on the Territorial Treatment Center here in Yellowknife. We have a treatment for clientele ages 8 to 12 for those that are emotional, behavior, or psychiatric difficulties. Madam Speaker, it's been brought to my attention that at the facility, the center does not currently have a full-time psychologist on site at the treatment center. And it has been almost 5 years or just over 5 years since they had one full-time at the site. When there was one full-time at site, it was well utilized by these high-risk clientele, these students, or these children. Are there plans in place to have a full-time psychologist at site in the near future, similar to what they've had in the past? Merci, Madam Speaker.
Madam
Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you. Member for Montfouille, Minister for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the members referring to the Territorial Treatment Centre, which is formerly known as the Receiving Home. And the psychologist services are available to clients, but there's not a resident psychologist on site. So clients are driven to appointments with a psychologist. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker, that's a very concern that was brought to my attention, that the psychologist is not there on a frequent basis. And very rarely a psychologist goes to the site. And by the same time, the children are not assessed at the center. The children have to be taken out of the center. So those are just real concerns that are brought to my attention by parents and by Northerners and Northwest Territories. So, Madam Speaker, how often does a qualified psychologist on site on any given basis, on a yearly basis? I'd like to know how many times that individual or that psychologist visits the center. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Montfouille, Minister for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's a great question, something that I can't get back to the member right now, but I do want to say that the Northwest Territories Health Social Services, the Yellowknife region, holds a contract with the Up Community Services, and this is something we can work with the contractor to have a look at. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this particular facility holds most of the Aboriginal clientele throughout the Northwest Territories. And a lot of them came from my region as well, Clinchon region. So I'd like to know what kind of programs are available to these high-risk clientele with respect to Aboriginal programming from a northern perspective. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Montfouille, Minister for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Territorial Treatment Centre provides specialty services for up to 8 children. Currently, there are 4 in attendance at the facility. Right now, the programming we deliver to the clients daily includes recreation, cultural, and therapeutic activities, and these are scheduled throughout the week. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I believe we need to do more work in this area, improvements. So I'd like to suggest one area. And so far, from what I've heard, I'm voicing concerns for these individuals that cannot speak for themselves. Their parents, their family members came to me, so I'm raising that issue. We're currently being dictated by a southern firm, I believe it's called Bosco Homes, on how to run this center. After all these years, Madam Speaker, why haven't we got a northern contractor providing these valuable services to our children to provide northern perspectives? Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Montfouille, Minister for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I get what the member's saying. And, to be honest, this Territorial Treatment Centre is something that I'm just being recently briefed on, and as far as this morning, actually. And it is something that if we have children in care, I think it's important that we design some of our programming that is culturally relevant, that we improve services, and that we have a look at, what are some of the culturally relevant services that are applicable to those clients that are in care right now. And I understand that the age group it's quite, it's young ages that are in the facility. In regards to the contract, this is something that, I'm not fully aware on the length of the contract, or, what are some of the the rules or the applicable any of the stuff that is in the contract. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but it's something I can look into, and I understand the frustration from the member, and I can get back to the member on some of the details. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Time for oral questions has expired. We're moving on. Written questions. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Madam Speaker. I have some my written questions on education facilities and directed towards the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. So my first question is, what standards or methods do the Department of Education, Culture and Employment have or use to assess whether education facilities meet the physical requirements for existing educational priorities and teaching methods? 2, has the Department of Education, Culture and Employment conducted an audit of the existing learning space at Clement-Denning School to determine whether the present-day educational priorities and teaching methods are being met for both the community at large and the Department of Education, Culture and Employment? 3, what plans, if any, including design documents, is the Department of Education, Culture and Employment in possession or aware of for future expansion to Clement-Denning School? For example, classrooms and a gym in Dilo. 4, École Saint-Cyr in Yellowknife was granted approval for a new gymnasium, despite not meeting the Department of Education, Culture and Employment's capital standards and criteria, subsection 4.3, which determines when a school is considered in need of a new gym based on the number of student enrollees based on charter-protected language rights. Will the Department of Education, Culture and Employment, in tandem with other departments, consider putting similar language safeguards in place for our schools that teach Indigenous languages in Northwest Territories, given that our territory has 11 official languages in total? Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowdale. Written questions? Written questions. Returns to written questions? Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address? Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Tabling of documents. Minister for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to table the following document. Our ever awesome N.W.T. brushing songbook by Richard Van Camp. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ever. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notice of motions. Notice of motion. Motions. Motions. Notice of motion for first reading of bills. Notice of motions for first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration of Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters. Tabled document 30-19 brackets 2, main estimates 2020 to 2021. Table document 43-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2020 to 2021. By the authority given to me as Speaker by motion 1-19 brackets 2, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hours of adjournment to consider business before the House. And I will now have Member for Yellowknife Centre in the chair.
What is the wish of committee, Mr. Norn?
Much to Madam Chair. Committee wishes to deal with table document 30-19 bracket 2, 2020-21 main estimates with the Department of Justice and then the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Norn. We will resume that work after a short recess. Good afternoon, colleagues. Colleagues, we are considering the budget for the Department of Justice. We left off on page 279. So I'm wondering what the wish of committee is with the Department of Justice. Mr. Norn.
Madam Chair, on the Justice, I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Justice at this time. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Norn. I see the motion is being distributed. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, can we vote on this motion? All those in favor, please indicate. On the motion to defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Justice. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. We will defer further consideration of the Department of Justice. We'll now turn to the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. Does the Minister have any opening remarks?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm here to present the 2021 main estimates for the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. Overall, the Department's estimates propose an increase of $8.858 million, or 2.7%, over the 2019-2020 main estimates. These estimates support our fiscal objectives to prioritize responsible and strategic spending while matching the modest expected revenue growth over the coming year. The increase is primarily related to forced growth funding. The proposed estimates reflect $5.866 million for collective bargaining increases in the Department, Aurora College, and education bodies, $2.033 million to address increased demand on the Income Security Program, $269,000 to provide for an adjustment to the funding provided to education bodies for student transportation, and $129,000 for a new time-limited position to address the increased volume of requests from the public for day school student records. The proposed estimates also reflect a total increase of $1.052 million to continue initiatives approved in prior years. This amount is comprised of $604,000 for the expansion of Northern Distance Learning Program into 20 communities in 2020-2021, $319,000 for the continued implementation of a territorial student support team that provides specialized health and mental health supports and guidance for school staff programming for students with complex needs, and $129,000 for the continued development of grade 11 and grade 12 Northern Studies curriculum. The increase is slightly offset by a decrease of $636,000 in total to reflect funding scheduled to sunset on March 31st, 2020. The sunsets reflect year-over-year changes in departmental activities under both the Canada N.W.T Workforce Development Agreement and the Canada N.W.T Early Learning and Childcare Agreement. The ending of time-limited funding to assist education bodies to implement safe school plans, and the year-over-year changes in departmental activities of the Skills for Success Territorial Support Team. These estimates continue to support the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly by increasing student outcomes by providing students with access to high-quality education and supports, regardless of the community they live in or the size of their school, increasing employment in small communities through strategic partnership with federal and Indigenous governments, advancing universal childcare by working with the federal government and childcare operators to increase availability and reduce the costs of childcare in all our communities, working toward creation of a polytechnic university by continuing engagement with Indigenous governments, communities, industry, and other key stakeholders to inform wide-ranging improvements to Aurora College's governance, programs, and student supports. That concludes my opening remarks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, do you have any witnesses that you wish to bring into the House?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Would the minister please introduce his witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To my left is Ms. Rita Mueller, the Deputy Minister of the Department. On my right is Mr. Sam Shannon, Assistant Deputy Minister of Corporate Services. And on my far right is Mr. John McDonald, the Assistant Deputy Minister of Education and Culture. And not sitting with us right now, but waiting in the witness room for his time to shine, is Mike Satterino, the Assistant Deputy Minister of Income Security and Advanced Education, who I will, with your permission, call upon at the appropriate time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Members will now turn to the main estimates document, and I'll open the floor to general comments on this department, Department of Education, Culture and Employment. Are there any general comments on this department's budget? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I guess just a general comment that might not be expected, but I will say just for the record that compared to some of the other increases that budget saw, it was somewhat disappointing that the Education Department saw the lowest % increase. And I know that a lot of the increase was due to forced growth, but there was some addition of increases across departments, and it would have been nice to have seen that reflected instead in the Department of Education, Culture, and Employment, especially with our interest in increasing trades and increasing graduation rates across the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister, would you like to respond?
Thank you. Thank you to the member for the comment. With such a large department, with such a large budget, an increase that would be a large percentage in another department might not show up as such a large increase here, but I appreciate the member support for education and advancing the priorities of the Assembly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister, any further general comments on ECE? Seeing none, we'll now move into the detail. We will go back to the main page, and we'll pick up at the first of the key activities, corporate management. Are there members who would like to comment on corporate management key activity for ECE? Are there any comments on corporate management of ECE? Seeing none, I'm going to call the page. Education, Culture and Employment, Corporate Management, Operations Expenditure Summary, 2020-2021 main estimates. Total, $10,059,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Committee, let's now turn to page 35, Corporate Activity, Culture, Heritage and Languages. Program detail begins on page 36. Are there any questions on the Corporate Activity, Culture, Heritage and Language? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if the Minister or staff can tell us about the feasibility study to retrofit the museum. What's the status of that work, and is there a plan to actually retrofit the museum? I know we're talking about the O&M budget, but I would like to, I think it was funded out of this feasibility study was partly funded out of the O&M budget last year. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister.
Thank you, and I appreciate the member bringing this up. I know he's always been a strong advocate for the museum and all it does. As many of the members know, the museum, it's getting on in age right now. I did a tour of there not long ago. There are sections of it where there are humidifiers that have to be emptied nightly by security guards, or rather dehumidifiers. The space is an issue. The Prince of Wales Heritage Centre serves a central agency function for the N.W.T, storing many of its archives. So we have a lot to store. In addition to all of the cultural treasures that we have in the territory, there's just a lot of documents, and space has become an issue. As to the feasibility study, I know that is a capital issue, but perhaps I could have my Assistant Deputy Minister, Mr. MacDonald, elaborate on where we are with that.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. MacDonald.
Thank you, Chair. At this point in time, EC has completed the functional program assessment of the facility, and we are looking at different alternatives for what the new facility would look like. We're hoping to have a schematic design as well as Class D estimates in place by April 2020, the spring, and present that to our Minister for discussion and for some direction for us to proceed after that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. MacDonald. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister and his staff for that information. Can the Minister commit to share that study with the Standing Committee and options that the Department might come up with before they go to Cabinet for a final decision? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister.
Thank you. Yeah, that can be shared with Standing Committee. I think it likely has to be shared with the Cabinet, but not for a decision prior to going to Standing Committee, but I have no problem doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I really appreciate that. I guess one of the things that's sort of in the back of my mind is the fact that we don't have a territorial visitor center. And if anybody's been to Whitehorse, they actually have a spectacular one that's right in their downtown area. And it does serve the interests of the whole Yukon. Is there some thought being put into perhaps different partnerships or co-uses or whatever, however we may want to frame it, in terms of other government needs, given sort of the central location and the function that the museum has played over the years in terms of tourism and so on. So can the Minister tell us whether those sorts of possibilities are being looked at? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Anything's possible, but for details on what sort of discussions have happened, I will turn it over to my Deputy Minister, who's well-versed in that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. MacDonald.
Oh, sorry.
My Deputy Minister, Ms. Mueller.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In looking at, as the member knows, right now our museum is very well visited over the year. Many tourists, many of our N.W.T residents have pleasure in going into that beautiful facility. But when looking at the future, there's a lot of possibility to even create more spaces in a variety of ways that would be open to the public and also to specialized groups, arts groups and so on. And so that is being discussed. Primarily, though, a lot of the work that's been done to date is really looking at the functions and the space, the requirements we have for our archives and for, the collections that we have, and ensuring that we have the proper air systems and so on. So that's really an important feature of our discussions to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess the other thing that's sort of bubbling away in the back of my mind too is that with a Polytechnic University on the horizon, that Yellowknife does need a real campus, and that it would be great to be able to combine maybe the sort of things that could and should happen in a Polytechnic with some of the things that do happen at the museum as well. Because there is certainly a lot of interest in language revitalization, and the museum and some of the staff there do take a strong roles with that, and given the artifacts and some of the heritage items there and so on. So I hope that's something else that the department will consider as links with potential Polytechnic universities. That's something I can get some comment on. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister.
Thank you. So the member was talking about synergies between Polytechnic University and the museum, and I haven't really put much thought into that, but I think that would be an avenue perhaps to pursue, especially in terms of capital funding. The federal government or other entities might be more open to supporting a museum project if it does have that association. And given that there's also a research component as well, the territorial archaeologist is in that facility as well. And I just want to temper everyone's expectations here that this would not be a cheap build. So we have a lot of needs in the territory, and a building of this magnitude that has to be built to these specifications would be quite expensive. So I'm not saying that this was going to happen anytime soon, even though something has to happen soon. But I just want to let members know this is not a done deal, and it's going to be a large expense if it happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I take what the Minister says, that there is some very specialized requirements for a museum. There's also a great example in Whitehorse where Yukon Archives are co-located with the Yukon College. They have an arts center there. It's a wonderful kind of facility. It's a little bit out of the downtown area, but I think there's another example of how we can do things. But I just want to move on to one other question, and that's the name of this facility, the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Center. Is that something that we might look at, finding a better name for? Something that reflects our culture here more appropriately? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that it seems like it would be a simple fix, but for some of the details on this, with your indulgence, I would like to hand it over to Mr. MacDonald.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is definitely an interesting question in terms of protocol. One of the things that we've wanted to look into is whether a name change for the facility would trigger any issues with His Royal Highness Prince of Wales, other issues such as that. So from a protocol perspective, we're still in the research stage to try to understand what that would entail and who to actually speak to. However, we're hoping to wait until after there's a little bit more clarity on the planning study itself before we really dive into some of those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. MacDonald. Do you have any further questions, Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. No, other than I appreciate the information that's been provided by the staff, and they know that I'm a strong supporter of the facility and the functions that it performs, and I look forward to the next phase of the life of that particular institution. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member for Tuna-Day-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at the operations expenditure summary. I'm looking at the 2018 actuals, and there's a decrease to now. There remains of about $480,000 for the Indigenous Languages and Education Secretariat. Would the minister be able to explain that decrease in the last couple of years? Merci, Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tuna-Day-Willowday. Minister.
Thank you. Just one moment, if you don't mind, Madam Chair. My apologies.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that relates to the grants that go out through that particular division, and there was actually more applications and more money out the door than was budgeted for. And so it's not a decrease in budget. The budget remained the same, but we actually spent more than we budgeted for in the year the member is referencing. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tuna-Day-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the response from the minister. That's good, if that's the case. Just moving along here, I'm looking at one other line here that kind of caught my eye. There is also a variance here from the 2019-19 actuals and the mains for this year for fees and payments. In 2018-19 it was $795,000, and now this year it's $371,000. Can the minister explain what the difference in that line is about? Merci, Joe.
Thank you, Member for Tuna-Day-Willowday. Minister.
Thank you. That's actually related to the overpayments referenced earlier by the member. So the budget, the additional $500,000 that went out the door with the Indigenous Language and Education Secretariat, that's reflected in that same number right there, as well as the changes in the other program detail lines.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. Member for Tuna-Day-Willowday.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. No, thank you for the response to the minister. Nothing further.
Thank you. Are there further questions on this section? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had to Google that just so everyone is aware. Charles is the Prince of Wales. I didn't actually know that. I would be very happy if we would change the name of that. Talking about the crown is one of my favorite topics. But Madam Chair, my question is, I really think it needs to be emphasized that our museum is for the entire territory, and we have some of the most unique cultural history in the world here, and our museum's job is essential to preserving that. But I wanted to speak briefly about revenues. I love the museum. It increasingly has more and more tourists going through it. And I want to emphasize, I think it should always be free for the Northwest Territories residents, but I look at all the tourists who go in there and it's completely free, and I wonder why we're not making some money off of that, and perhaps it could be in a revolving fund or something. But my question is, has there ever been any consideration about charging those tourists to access the museum?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister.
Thank you. Yeah, currently the museum is free for everyone. It's by donation. I'm sure many people, if not most people, don't donate anything. But as far as the history of those discussions, if you don't mind, I can hand it over to my Deputy Minister, Ms. Mueller.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, we have discussed for a number of years now the pros and cons of having a fee for outside N.W.T residents, and to date the discussion has always been that it's a place where people can really learn about our territory, about the people and the culture, and to date the feeling has been that donations, give people an opportunity if they wish to, donate what they can, and if not, they can still come and enjoy without having a fee. And the reason for that is a fee often does present barriers for certain individuals or families from coming in and participating in the activities as much as they want. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to hear those conversations they're having. I think I'm kind of on the side of that we should be charging, but can I get a sense of, do we know what the donation total is on an annual basis?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister.
Thank you. I'd like to hand it back to Ms. Mueller.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it does fluctuate, but as more and more each year we have more visitors going through the museum, and on average it's around $10,000 or $11,000 that we do receive in donations, and we put that money back into our education programming. That's how we use that fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an issue I'll look into further and have further conversations with on, whether we can either increase that donation amount or look what other museums are doing. But I wanted to move on to the line item $6,285,000 for Indigenous languages. Can I just confirm that this is all N.W.T funding, or is this also federal funding in there?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister.
Thank you. Could the member please clarify which page he's on?
Page 37.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'd like to hand it over to Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. McDonald.
You're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the member wouldn't mind just pointing me out to that line item again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the funding for Indigenous languages, $6,285,000. I believe this is largely flow-through money to Indigenous governments to run their programming. I know there's been a number of federal increases to Indigenous languages programming. I'm just wondering if this is all N.W.T money, or this includes the federal funding that exists for Indigenous languages.
Thank you, Member Yellowknife North. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this is the territorial funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to see that we're spending $6,285,000 on Indigenous languages. I believe Mr. Norn already asked some questions about this was oversubscribed one year. I know there's more and more federal money on the table, and I believe every time we invest in this, it allows our Indigenous governments to leverage that additional funding for Indigenous languages. So I guess my question to the Minister, is there any plans to increase this amount?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister.
Thank you. The funding provided by the federal government pursuant to an agreement that is ending this month, actually, I guess, March 31st, 2020. Initial discussions, from what we can tell, it looks like there will likely be a one-year extension of the status quo. And after that, or during that time, we will enter into negotiations, and we will be looking for more money. Obviously, we always do, and we still have to figure out what the feds want to do with the reorganization of federal departments. We're not quite sure what their direction is going to be. So, what they might like to do is fund directly to the Indigenous governments and not flow through the government. So that's an option as well. So we're still in the very early stages of this. The bottom line is we would like more money for Indigenous languages. I mean, I always appreciate it when the members bring up this topic and discuss it, because I think it's vital to so many people in the territory, and something that we need to focus on sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Further questions? Member for Yellowknife Centre? No. Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate those comments, and the Standing Committee will be taking out the Official Languages Act, so I look forward to continued conversations. And I ultimately believe that, we don't necessarily need to be the flow-through. If the feds are willing to fund the Indigenous governments directly, that's great. I wanted to switch gears here and talk about the line items, arts organizers and operations funding, and the N.W.T Arts Council. There's a number of fundings for arts here. Just generally, do we have a sense for every dollar we invest in the arts, what the return on investment is?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister?
Thank you. Currently, we do not. And I can't speak for ITI because ITI is also involved in the arts, but that is something that we are looking at with ITI in the development of the new art strategy. So that's something I've always been critical of myself is, I appreciate art, I appreciate artists, but if we're doing it as an investment in the economy, are we getting a good bang for our buck? And that is something, we're doing that work to find out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it, and I look forward to seeing that. I believe it is quite a high return on investment, especially up here. Once again, if you get an artist to meet certain qualifications, they can then go access Canadian Council for the Arts funding. I just want to get a sense of how much of this arts funding is for artists in communities, because I believe that's really the market we need to look to develop.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister?
Thank you. I don't have a breakdown in front of me of the distribution of these funds, but that's definitely something we can get to the member. We might be able to get it by the end of the day. I know we have people watching and working furiously and sending us emails, so we can get that done, and hopefully I'll be able to have an answer for you later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North?
Good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there further questions on this item? Member for Tabacha, and then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate what one of my colleagues said. I would appreciate that. I see that the N.W.T Arts Council, the funding remained the same throughout, and also the Indigenous languages. When you're having flow-through money, I think it's extremely important that we increase them, because the communities are affected by a lot of, we have a lot of very talented people in the communities, and I think that it's a positive thing. We have, like almost every weekend, there are different arts things that go on even at the museum in Fort Smith. And languages is extremely important in the cultural aspect of it to like Salt River and to the Métis Nation and also to even the Francophone. And I think it's extremely important that I'd like to see in future budgets that these two line items are increased. Okay, I'm going to be accepting them as they are now, of course, but I just want to make sure that you understand how important these are to the outside smaller communities and regions, because I know that there's a lot of access to these two line items especially in the community of Tabacha. I don't have. Thank you.
Member for Tabacha, did you have a question you wanted the minister to answer? Okay. Thank you. Minister, would you like to respond?
Thank you, and I appreciate the members' comments. Just this upcoming weekend, it's Canva Carnival in Hay River, so we talk about culture and language and arts, and it's very close to home. So I appreciate the members' comments, and I would love to see increases across the board in all of the great things that we do. But we'll have those discussions over the next year about how we're going to allocate our funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions, and I think I'm going to start on language since we're there. The minister had mentioned an influx of federal dollars available to Indigenous languages, and last year in 2019, the federal government deemed 2019 the International Year of Indigenous Languages, and they opened up a federal funding pot of $333.7 million that they were going to distribute over 5 years. So I'm wondering if our government was able to provide or does provide any support to Indigenous governments to access that federal funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister.
Thank you. Our government has not accessed that to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question was, do we provide support to Indigenous governments in any way possible, in any of our capacities, to be able to provide support for Indigenous governments to access that funding? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister.
To my Deputy Minister, Ms. Mueller.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in total for Indigenous languages and supporting Indigenous languages, we had in 1920 about $20 million, and it's supporting a variety of different initiatives, both in the schools and outside the schools. And so we do distribute approximately close to $5 million to help support all the various Indigenous governments' language plans that they've developed, and they've done that in 5-year plans at a time. So that's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My next question, I'm going to go back to the conversation about the N.W.T. Arts Council, and I know that there's an art strategy currently in the works in conjunction with ITI, and I'm wondering when we can expect to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister.
Thank you. We hope to have that ready for tabling in the upcoming May-June session. And of course, prior to that, it will be making its way to committee for comments, feedback, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The next two line items I'd like to talk about are the Indigenous broadcasting and Indigenous scholarships lines, which seem to have disappeared from the budget. Is that because they have been moved to another place within the budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister.
Thank you. I know we still offer scholarships for Indigenous languages, and we have Indigenous language broadcasting money in the contributions section instead of the grants section. So there's been a bit of a reallocation. I believe these were program specific, the ones from 2018-19. I can get more details on that though for the member, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much for that, Madam Chair, and I'd appreciate that. I just want to make sure that we haven't gotten rid of our Indigenous language scholarships. Speaking of which, I'm wondering if the Department of Education, Culture and Employment has any type of formal interpreter or translator program available, given our need for cultural resurgence within the Northwest Territories and for professional translators. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister.
Thank you. We have a number of programs that we are undertaking. I might as well just hand it over to my Deputy Minister. I think she's very involved with this one, and she might get a more detailed answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's a lot of different work that we're doing in supporting the revitalization of Indigenous languages, and we very much know and we hear from our Indigenous government partners that ultimately we need to build up the cohort of translators and interpreters throughout the Northwest Territories in all of our Indigenous languages, especially in light of so many of our proficient translators and interpreters right now are close to retirement. So with that in mind, though, we are in a place where we're trying to build not only people's interest, but their I would say, their beginning level of proficiency, so that they have the foundation in order to be able to take a translator and interpreter type of program. And we have been working with the University of Victoria, who has really exciting programs in Indigenous language revitalization, from entry-level certificates all the way to master degree programs. They've been a good partner to us, and we continue to strengthen that partnership. And we also look to Aurora College as a partner to be able to deliver those programs, so kind of a three-way partnership between U of Vic, Aurora College, and our department supporting that. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much for that, Madam Chair. I really appreciate that information. I think it'll be really interesting to be able to see how that program is doing and the graduates that come out of it over the course of this government. So I think that's very exciting. I'm wondering if the Minister would be willing to reflect on the the significant increase in travel under the Culture, Heritage and Languages page, which went from actuals in 2018-19 of 177 to the main estimates of 368. And I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to how that will improve the Culture, Heritage and Languages program and how that is a benefit to the people of the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister.
Thank you. That increase to travel was to support training opportunities for Indigenous governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake. Nothing. Further comments on this section? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to page 37, the Arts Council of 700,000, also the contributions for the 460 for the arts organizations and operating funding, and the support to Northern Performers 101,000. Are these funds totally subscribed, and how are they split up around the N.W.T? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister.
Thank you. I'd like to hand that to my Deputy Minister, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in response, looking at the Arts Council and the funding available, the 700,000, that is done by application, and then a committee goes through all those applicants, and it's done twice a year. So that people have an opportunity throughout the year to put in their applications, and then all the funding is distributed based on the applications and the criteria as it was deemed appropriate by the Arts Council. As far as the other grants that we have, we really do distribute that by application. So people apply, indicate what they would like the funding for, and the funding available is distributed. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess part of that question was, my question was, how is it spread across the N.W.T? Is it the funding? Is it located, say, mostly in Yellowknife? Is that where most of the applications come from, or is it equally distributed? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister.
Thank you. We are working on gathering that information, and to further answer the member's earlier question, these pots of money are all fully subscribed. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there any employment created out of, like we got $1 million here, so roughly. So is there any kind of full-time employment created? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister.
Thank you. Part of the work we're doing with the new art strategy will be to make sure that we're quantifying exactly what that is. I can hand it to my Deputy Minister. She might have some more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. So just to give you an indication of the number of applicants from across the territories, and in 1920 we received 120 applications through the N.W.T. Arts Council from all over the north in a variety of different genres of arts. And that included, out of that 120, 66 were individual artists applying for funding, and 54 applications were through organizations applying for funding. And so to go back to the question about is it distributed like by region? No, it's the funding is available, it's by application, it's open to everybody in the Northwest Territories, individuals and organizations, and that's then reviewed by the Arts Council, and then they are distributed the grants. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, if I can get those numbers there of exactly kind of where the money lands after the applications are decided on. Next area I'd like to talk about is the heritage centers. And I think in there it was talking about emerging heritage centers. So I guess I think about Hay River with our little center there, and so does the department encourage the preservation of artifacts in the local and regional communities, and how so? Like Hay River would have, say for instance, I'll use that as an example, we have people bringing in artifacts and different items, and we store them there. And the funding that I see that you have allocated here is $491,000, which doesn't appear to be a lot of money. Is that for Yellowknife, or is that for other organizations or communities as well? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister.
Thank you. That is distributed to heritage centers outside of Yellowknife, and for example, Hay River receives $60,000 a year. I believe Norman Wells receives $118,000. Fort Simpson $55,000. Fort Smith $198,000, and actually the Yellowknife Historical Society receives $60,000 of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess part of our priorities is tourism and increasing tourism outside Yellowknife. Is the department going to look at increasing the amount of funds going to these regional centers? And again, I'll use Hay River as an example. The Heritage Center had applied for $180,000, but that was through ITI, and they got it knocked down to less than half. So I'm wondering if if they can go to one pot and to the other, which might be this one, to get some more money, because I think there's a real opportunity there on the tourism side in the smaller communities, but we have to have something to give the tourists when they arrive. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister.
Thank you, and we're definitely putting thought into that. Our mandate is very heavy on increasing tourism outside of Yellowknife. Helping build up local tourism infrastructure, and that isn't specifically through ECE, but we all work together. The art strategy is also going to look at how we can build on the strengths in the different communities, and the regional economic plans I think that are happening through other departments will also inform that. But we have in Hay River there's a great facility. It's an old building and it needs some capital work, and it would be a shame to just see that place shut down because they didn't have that funding, because they see a lot of people come through those doors every year. So I take the member's point that we need to support those types of organizations that do drive tourism. When people leave and they tell their friends about Hay River, I'm sure they always speak about the museum. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I guess that's my concern, is that building is old. Not that old, though. I worked in there, I think, when I was 12 years old. But anyways, it does need work, and there are a lot of good things in there. There's a lot of participation, a lot of volunteers, and we've also expanded. The operation has been expanded to include a part of the old Hay River Hotel, which needs work, and more room as well for artifacts or for crafts and those type of items. So I'd encourage, I guess, your department and the cabinet as well to look at how we can maybe provide more funding to the regions to expand. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister.
Thank you. And there's always plans to do more. It often comes down to money. But the government has been supportive of that centre. The member mentioned the old Hay River Hotel. That was donated by the N.W.T. There's, I believe there's a vessel, marine vessel, that is making its way over to that museum at some point in the near future as well, and that came from the N.W.T. So we're contributing where we can, but I agree with the member that it would be nice if we could do more to support those organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Good.
Members, are there any further questions for this key activity, culture, heritage, and languages? Seeing none, I'm going to call the page. Education, culture, and employment, culture, heritage, and languages, operations expenditure summary, 2020-2021 main estimates, $18,613,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Committee will now turn to page 40, early childhood services and early childhood and school services, beginning on page 40 with an information item on page 44. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This time around, I might start at the bottom of the page. And I'm wondering, I have the same question in regards to travel here, and I'm wondering if the minister would mind speaking to the changes in travel costs. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Minister.
Thank you. So recently we started working with the Territorial Support Team, which is a group of professionals centered in Yellowknife. There's 3 positions right now, and they assist teachers in schools with instructions for children with higher needs. There is a speech pathologist, occupational therapist, and a mental health specialist, and they travel around the territory to the schools to do visits. They also offer telephone, like remote support through telephone, email, etc. But that's what that increase is reflective of. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am very supportive of this initiative, and I'm wondering if there are plans within Education, Culture and Employment's long-term strategy to expand this program to other regions of the Northwest Territories so that, for example, they have a team based out of Inuvik. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister.
Thank you, and that would be ideal. That's what we would hope for, that we could have these supports in every community or every region at least, but the fact is that it's expensive, and the cost of travel would be dwarfed by the cost of having these people in all of these regions. So, and I'm not sure if that answers the question. We would love to, but it's not feasible at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Has the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Social Services sat down together and looked at the cost in regards to medical travel for these types of services for students that are traveling outside of their home community to places like Yellowknife or to places like Edmonton to receive these types of services, to see if the cost can be offset by costs we're already putting out for medical travel? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister.
Thank you. No, we haven't done that work. This is primarily a team to support the principals, teachers, program support teachers. It's an interesting thought, and we can look into it, but we haven't done that to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move up to the line item for fees and payments. The line item for fees and payments has changed significantly over the years in a positive direction. It's gone from 2.475 to 419. I'm wondering if the minister can elaborate a little bit on that line item. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. I'm guessing we bought something big. If you give me a moment, I might be able to find out what that was. So thank you. What that is a reallocation of funds from fees and payments to contract services, and those contract services are used to pay for the itinerant team, which is child and youth counselors that travel to different communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Chair. I'm going to keep moving up the page here in the interest of time. My next question is in regards to inclusive schooling. Any of the educators I've spoken with across the Northwest Territories, or even within our school boards here in Yellowknife, have said that the need for funds for inclusive schooling is probably their greatest funding need. And I see that the line items are fairly status quo here for the inclusive schooling line. So I'm wondering, given that our need for inclusive schooling continues to go up and the supports required for students in the Northwest Territories continue to go up, how does the Department of Education, Culture and Employment feel that they'll be able to meet the needs of students across the Northwest Territories with a status quo budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you. So we have a line that says inclusive schooling, but that doesn't mean that all of our efforts related to inclusive schooling are contained in that line item. We talked about the child and youth care counselors. We talked about the territorial support team, what we're doing with education renewal and innovation. All of that is related to this idea of inclusive schooling. As well, the mandate talks about renewing the Education Act, doing work to review inclusive schooling and address some of the issues that have emerged over the years. So virtually everything we do in education in the JK-12 system is to address inclusive schooling, because it's not just a thing, it's a way that we operate, and it's a way of educating. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I notice on this page there's the N.W.T. professional improvement dollars as well. I'm wondering if we will expect to see a review of the STIP days come out of the Department of Education this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you. STIP, yes. So the review that was legislated is scheduled to be complete by the end of the calendar year. It's always an ongoing process of determining how this is working. I mean, each calendar year or each school year, schools have to fit this into their schedule, and so we've been learning every year, and part of the Education Renewal and Innovation report that just came out was a review of STIP as well. So we've had that sort of review after a few years, and we're going to have a final review at the end of this calendar year. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that response. My next question is in regards to early learning and childcare. One of the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly was affordable childcare, accessible and affordable childcare. And I noticed that the budget for early learning and childcare has come down a little bit, and I'm just wondering if the minister would speak to that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, and that is due to a decrease of, or a sunset of the early learning and childcare agreement with the Government of Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My last question, I'll let someone else talk here for a bit. Does the Department of Education, Culture and Employment do exit interviews with its teachers? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you. The department doesn't really employ teachers. The teachers are employed by the education councils and education authorities, but we do teacher surveys. Perhaps for more detail, I can go to Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Chair, and yes, the minister, just to build on what the minister said, the teachers are employed by the various education bodies across the territory. So EC does not participate in the hiring process or exit process for those individuals. However, we do conduct teacher surveys to help understand what types of issues are working for them, as well as where their challenges may be. And in fact, in that recent education renewal and innovation evaluation, as well as in that STIP evaluation, there were teacher survey components to that, so that we could help understand, what were some of the challenges that our teachers were experiencing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Next, we have a member for YK Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have a number of questions that relate to early child learning and child care, early learning and child care. I understand that the 3-year agreement of federal money to create new spaces and lower fees is just about ready to expire at the end of this month. Can the minister say what was achieved in the first 3 years of this agreement? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you. That's a good question. And those are the kind of questions that we have to answer every time that we spend money. What was actually achieved by this? This is a difficult file in many ways because there are so many barriers to improving access and affordability. Some of those are the fact that it's difficult to find people to do this work. And so, wage subsidies that are offered through this program, helped retain employees for daycares that may have otherwise not continued to be employed. But is that concrete evidence? Perhaps we need to do a better job of evaluating this. I can go to my Deputy Minister for some more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. So for this past 3-year agreement, we really focused on trying to strengthen many of the programs that we had. And so, for example, some of the initiatives were really around instructor training, trying to ensure that all of our licensed early childhood practitioners had opportunities for training in a variety of ways, in ways that they didn't necessarily have before. We also focused on developing culturally appropriate materials, age-appropriate materials for all of our licensed center, and ensuring that they had that consistently across all programs, and which normally in the past, some of them wouldn't have been able to have access to. We also really looked at within this to see what we could do to start beginning the process of developing an early learning curriculum for our licensed program. So basically a foundation to really look at what does it mean to have a quality program, and to try to engage all of our partners in that. And then we also were able to continue with a yearly symposium on early learning and child development, and able to bring in licensed staff to be able to participate in that. So that was really a lot of our focus, was training and development. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Minister.
Thank you. And I believe the members' questions were more focused on our mandate and the increasing the availability and affordability. And so a lot of what we've done is focused on quality and shoring up the foundation of our childcare. But to the point of increasing it, affordability and availability, there's still obviously much work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK Centre.
Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify, my questions were really about the 3-year agreement that's coming to an end and how to point the way forward. So my recollection of that agreement is that there was going to be more money for training, for scholarships, for wage subsidies and so on. Do you have any figures about the uptake on that, whether we have more trained people, we have a more stable workforce? Is there any kind of measurement that shows the value for that money spent? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you. If I could hand it to Mr. MacDonald.
Thank you. Mr. MacDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just with respect to the early learning and childcare agreement, we have an action plan associated with that agreement that is a bilateral action plan with the Government of Canada. And we're obligated to report annually on the actions within that plan. So that's a good place to highlight some of the commitments that we made to Canada in order to obtain that funding for the Northwest Territories. I would probably add that in terms of a strategy of how we've tried to deploy that funding on an annual basis over that 3-year period is to enhance the programs and services that we provide. So, for example, the Early Childhood Program, which is our key subsidy program for licensed childcare centres, we've increased the rates. So, with the intent, of course, to help stabilize, to reduce fees for parents, and to help ensure that those programs are sustainable in the long term. So, as we move into the next phase of that bilateral agreement, we'll have more data and more information at our disposal to enable us to make good choices around childcare. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. MacDonald. Minister?
Thank you. If the member's looking for metrics of how many scholarships, what we've done, the numbers involved, we will definitely put that together. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK Centre?
Yeah, thank you for those responses. I'd like to see the annual report on the action plan. I don't recall that was ever shared with the Standing Committee on Social Development, and it would be useful to see it. I understand the point of shoring up the current programming. Not sure I understand so much developing curriculum for child care. What I hear most often is that people find it difficult to obtain child care, and they find it unaffordable when it is available. And as the minister knows, there are a number of communities in the N.W.T, about a third of them, that don't have any child care. So my question is, how will the next agreement address questions around availability and affordability of child care? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you. And I take the member's point that in the previous 3 years, a lot of the work was focused not on necessarily increasing availability and affordability, but on shoring up the foundations and using early child care as a way to educate our youth and prepare them for school. But going forward, we are mandated to increase availability, increase affordability. So we have a number of mandate items directly related to that. And in the negotiations of the new agreement, we will be pursuing those as our priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK Centre?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister for that. Can the Minister say what stage the negotiations are at and when he expects the new agreement to be in place? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
So we're at the point now where...
Thank you. I think it might have to do with the federal election, but it's a bit of a waiting game right now. It's not just us. All the territories and provinces are waiting to hear back from the federal government about what their offer is and what we could be negotiating for. Thank you. And I don't have a timeline for the member. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK Centre?
Yeah, thank you. One of the discussions we had late in the last Assembly was about the possibility of rewriting the standards of space provided for childcare in order to make it more accessible. So as the Minister may recall, the standard for childcare space is akin to hospital space. It's a very high quality of space that's required. Not all communities have space available in that quality of building. So is there any development at all on the idea of making the space requirements for childcare more attainable? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you. If you'll indulge me, I'll go back to the member's previous comments about the Early Learning and Childcare Agreement annual report that's done by the department. That was tabled in the last assembly, the last year of the last assembly. So that should be readily available. In terms of the member's present question, yes, we're doing that work of looking at the spaces available, what type of spaces we can use, looking at whether or not we can use government infrastructure, looking at how, in conjunction with the housing corporation, how homes can be used for spaces. We have to commit to ensuring that these spaces are safe. That's the primary goal. It is, I wouldn't say it's akin to hospital space, but there are high standards. That being said, we're always open to looking at those standards, reevaluating those standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And at this point, we'll call a 10-minute recess or break. Since for education, recess. Thank you. Okay, members, I'll call the committee back to order. The next up, we have a member from N.W.T.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Chair, you know education is very important across the north. Our education rates, our inclusive schooling needs across the territory. But over the course of this government's term, we'll be spend over $70 million in forced growth for our UNW collective bargaining. You know, compared to our $25 million that we have set aside for all our 22 priorities for us, we put as 19 members. It's only a third of what the spending and the salaries on increases that's going to happen. You know, some of that money would have been much better and needed in early childhood and school services. You know, Mr. Chair, I just think that's just it's more of a comment, but I think we got to take a step back, take a good look at what we're doing here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you. Thank you to the member for the comment.
Member for N.W.T.
No, that's good. At least the minister's hearing me loud and clear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. The next will be the member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask a question to the Minister with regards to the territorial support team and how many times they go into the communities. Because it's a territorial support team, I would like to know how many times they come to the community of Fort Smith.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you. It's on a referral basis, so it's not scheduled visits. It's based on the needs of the community. For some detail, I can go to the minister or the deputy minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the territorial team is available to all schools and all education bodies. It is based on referral. So what they do is they indicate through their superintendent you know, a particular child that they would like to have help and support with. Often it's initiated by the principal and the program support teacher and the classroom teacher. And so that support comes in a variety of ways. If the team is needed on site, they'll go on site. But often they're helping through video conferencing and through teleconferencing as well. So that's daily. They might have multiple meetings with different schools talking about different supports for various students. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Minister.
Thank you.
Member for Thabacha.
I guess a territorial support team is they're very hard to find qualified people like psychologists and a whole team to go into to have a team in every community, which is ideal, and that will never happen. But the territorial support team is only done by referral. I think that there should be a more organized and group that the group should actually be doing every month or every 2 months at least into the community. And when they're not there, I'm just wondering if the special needs children, the autism and all the special needs that we have at schools are being financially looked after in a different way.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, and I appreciate what the member is saying. It would be nice if we had the resources to send the team out to the regions on a regular basis, but the fact is that they just don't have the time. We don't have enough people. This is intended to augment what's already going on in the community, not to replace that. It's not the only service that these students would be getting, but it's valuable, and I mean for the students who need it, it's very, very valuable. For the students, the parents, and the teachers. So I would love to do it, what the member's asking, and get them out into the different communities on a regular basis, but the fact is that we just don't have the power to do that, the number of people that we would need to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Thabacha.
So I'd like to ask the Minister, how could you call this the territorial support team if they're not able to go into the communities?
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you. So the territorial support team does go into the communities. They don't travel there on a regular basis. So there are referrals, and so based on those referrals, I believe there's been 42 in the last year, and so there has been 9 from the Beaufort Delta, there's been 4 in the Sawtoo, in the Decho and Tlicho, so they've been all over the entire territory. The majority are, the largest number is in Yellowknife, but that's just because of the size of the population. But they do travel to every region. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Thabacha.
The question, you know, we had a recent Auditor General's report, and I want to make sure that there's going to be enough financial allocation to fill those gaps at the DA level. So we could address some of those concerns in the Auditor General's report.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you. I agree. I want to make sure that we have the resources available to do that. Everyone knows what our fiscal situation is. Everyone knows how much is being committed to new initiatives. And so what the report of the Auditor General says, and what the mandate or the priorities of this Assembly say and the mandate of this government say, is all the same thing essentially. It's mandating us to do what we do. The Department of Education, Culture and Employment is supposed to be increasing educational outcomes. It's supposed to be increasing early developmental index scores. Those are the things that we're supposed to do. So everything that we do is focused on that. Sometimes it's not a matter of throwing money at it. It would make it easier probably, but you know, if we don't have the money, we need to focus on making the kind of changes that are going to have the biggest impact. A lot of that is focusing on early childhood education so that we don't run into a lot of the problems that we're running into. We have to review the policies that we have. We have to review, you know, how we administer and how we dictate what inclusive schooling means and what it is. All of those things don't necessarily take a lot of money, although they do take money. But given the fact that we don't have, you know, the kind of money that I would love to see in education, we're going to have to do the best with what we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to talk a little bit about inclusive schooling. When the junior kindergarten came into play, there was gaps because of junior kindergarten, and inclusive schooling isn't back to where it used to be. There was a lot of extracurricular activities that were taken away from both schools in Fort Smith, and there's still a financial gap because of junior kindergarten. All our funds, all excessive funds were always given to the junior kindergarten program, and there's been some financial gaps. I wonder when those gaps are going to be closed. I do all my volunteer work at both schools, always did for since 1995. So, you know, and I support both schools and I support the education system, and I just feel that there are some gaps that have to be filled.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you. Junior kindergarten is funded the same way that every other grade in a school is funded. So there should be no financial gaps. There's more students, there's more classes, but there's more money that is flowing the same way as if that was additional students in grade 1, or if you had to open up a second grade 1 class, it's the same type of money. That being said, I know that schools are often tight for cash. You know, you talk to some principals and they say they have to determine whether they're going to, you know, buy these supplies, these books maybe that the class might need, or they're going to buy toilet paper. You know, those are tough decisions. The way that we flow money, the way that education councils flow money to schools is another thing that we're looking at. The funding formula in the mandate, it says that we are committed at looking at that and figuring out if it's working. You know, we provide $155 million to the education councils. Is that money being spent in the best possible way? I know that when it reaches the schools, the people on the ground, they know what to do with that money. They know where those gaps are and they know how to fill those holes. But we have to make sure that all the money that needs to get there is getting there. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Thabatcha.
I just have one final comment, and that's to do again with the territorial support team. And if they're not doing regular territorial support team referrals to the communities on a regular basis, that is also a gap that I see. I think that if it is a territorial support team and they're stationed here in Yellowknife, they should be making regular visits to the schools and to all the communities so that they have access to the territorial support team, even without referral. You don't have to, everybody needs a team like that. And so, you know, I'm sure it's, you know, to have a qualified team like that at, supposedly should be at the disposal of all the citizens of the Northwest Territories. And I hope there's a way that we can make sure that with future needs, and especially with the special needs children, that we all have the same access. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you. And the team does get out to communities. It does engage with students from all over the territory in person. Well, rather engages with the principals and the teachers in person, by phone, over video chat. It's not just based in Yellowknife. What I'm saying is they don't do regular scheduled visits. It's not like the third Wednesday of every month they're in this community. The team doesn't work like that. It's referral based, and these referrals are for assistance with students who have the highest needs in the territory. Not, you know, a lot of students have needs. There's always a wide variety. These are the students with the highest needs who the teachers and the principals have not been able to find a way to teach effectively for a variety of reasons. So I take the member's point that we need assistance across the territory. This is a very specialized team that deals with a relatively small number of students throughout the territory. And I'm not sure if, you know, making regularly scheduled visits around is the best use of their time. But again, I wish that we had speech pathologists in all the regions. It's very valuable, but the fact is we don't. And so that's, we're targeting certain cases with this team. But, you know, I take the member's point and I thank her for her passion.
Thank you, Minister. Next on the list is the member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of areas I'd like to explore. One is early learning child care. The funding shown on page 41 is actually, looks like it's declining over time. The backdrop to this is that the early development instrument results were released in 2018, and they actually showed an increase in the vulnerability of our youngest students, children, age 5, up to age 5, which is not a good place to be. And I know the former premier got some maybe headlines that she didn't really want to get for talking about that in the media, but And every single study I've ever seen about investment in early childhood development, big payoffs, 7 to 1, 10 to 1. TD Bank, I know, did a study on this. So what's happening here with declining funding in this area of the budget, yet the results are, things are getting worse, and how are we going to fix this? That's my question for the Minister. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. In the early years of the agreement, money could be carried over, and so it shows up in here as more money at certain times. Then we have the decrease in the early childhood development and learning agreement due to the fact that it's sunsetting. So those are the issues with that. And I agree, investments in early childhood are best bang for your buck you can get probably across any department. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, this should make for some very interesting discussions when it comes to the supplementary appropriation in May, June, and where we're going to try to get the biggest bang for our buck. So wonderful that the Minister and I are on the same page on this, and I look forward to more money in the sup for this particular investment. I want to go, though, to the funding formula for schools, and I think that the Minister even today has said that that's something that's going to be reviewed. And I'm just wondering if you can give us a little bit more explanation of how and when that's going to take place. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
The evaluation of the funding formula will take place in the coming years. You know, we just put this mandate out, and committee knows there's been a lot of back and forth, and the policy shops and all the departments have been going full tilt and haven't necessarily had a chance to lay out our plan for the next 4 years. That's what we're working on. We know what we want to do. How exactly we're going to do it, that's still being worked out. So I don't have the details of this funding formula, but it's going to take engagement, obviously. You know, I have my own concerns with this. As a member for 4 years, I heard a lot about this. And as I travel around the territory too, and I talk to I visit a school, everywhere I go I visit the schools. And you talk to the people who have to administer this funding, and you know, you see the gaps that the previous member mentioned. And so there's some things that appear obvious. And so we have a good idea of where we need to start. And I could go on about what we could possibly do, but to the member's point, I don't have a framework that we're going to evaluate the framework by at this point, and I don't have a concrete timeline, although that work is going to begin as soon as we're done with this whole process and we have a concrete plan to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the Minister for his honesty on all of that and forthrightness. I do have some ideas, though. I'll pitch his way. You know, there was a collaborative approach taken with the N.W.T for the municipal funding gap review. There was a working group. They looked at the issue. They looked at some alternatives, and you know, and it included people from MACA as well. So one of the principles that they said was that you know, no community should lose funding as a result of this. I think that's a good thing. You know, that's something you might want to think about when you look at as a principle for looking at the rejigging of the school funding formula, that no school should maybe lose money, but so it's really about building all of our schools together. So, but I trust that the Minister is going to do this in a collaborative fashion. I guess the two things that I've heard in the short time I've been here that are really problematic, one, inclusive schooling, that it should be more of a needs-based approach in terms of not just based on total enrollment. you really have to look at the needs of the kids in any particular school, in any particular district, to understand what it is that they need to help with and build inclusive schooling. So that's one thing I've heard. And then secondly, where there is a drop in enrollment from one year to the next, that can cause a kind of a dramatic change in funding for a school authority, and it's kind of hard to make those sudden adjustments in terms of staffing and so on. And I am aware that in the there's a couple of jurisdictions, I think Manitoba and Ontario, where even if there's a drastic change in enrollment, it's a phased-in approach to changing the formula, so that a school board's funding doesn't kind of go, well, precipitously like this. So are those the kinds of things, though, that the department's going to look at in reviewing the school formula funding? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. And I will say the department has done some preliminary work on this already, on the funding formula. You know, we're going to have to work together, talk about collaborative fashions. You know, the education leaders, the chairs of the authorities and all the different... There's been a lot of interest from Indigenous governments on this as well, not just the funding formula, but the Act and how that, you know, how the renewal or the modernization of the Act will relate to Indigenous governments and their involvement. And so if they're going to have a greater involvement, direct involvement, then they're going to be interested in this funding. So we need to engage with everyone. I have made an offer to... I have either made an offer or the committee has asked for a briefing on the funding formula, and I'm happy to do that. I'm not sure if I've signed the official letter yet, but I'm always happy to provide briefings. The member mentioned a few different ideas, and there, you know, I think I probably discussed them in this House with everyone so far. There's a lot of good ideas out there. Do we need to fund schools based on enrollment, or do we need to fund schools based on the outcomes we want to see? I mean, it's an interesting concept. It might be too expensive of a concept for us, but it's something that we're looking into. I'm not just going to close the door on anything on anything just because it might be too expensive. We're going to look into everything we can. I mean, I could go on and on, but I appreciate all of the comments that we're getting from everyone and everyone I speak to, because everyone is affected by the education system, and they all want to have their say, and I'm happy to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I appreciate the minister's comments. Can we, and I'm sure he'll be happy to do this, but can he make a commitment to come to standing committee to talk about how I know he's going to brief us, brief committee on the formula funding itself, but in terms of a process of reviewing and changing, would he be willing to come to committee and see committee's input into designing that process? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. And of course, and maybe we could do it all at once, because I haven't had a chance to get in front of committee once yet, so next time I get an opportunity, I'll make the most of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Next up is the member for YK North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, there's a number of Jordan's Principles initiatives that would fall under these areas. Can I just clarify whether there's any Jordan's Principle money in this budget?
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. No, there is not.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my concern is that in a number of regions, I believe Jordan's Principle funding is essentially propping up, you know, our education, our early childhood systems, whether it's speech therapists or educational supports. Do we presently track how much Jordan's Principle money is entering our system?
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. Yes, we do. We track the funding amount entering each education council or authority's region, as well as the number of positions that money is being used to fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I have the total amount right now flowing to our education authorities?
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you. For the 1920 school year, as of December 2019, the combined amount received by education authorities in the territory was $15,960,616, and there were 173.26 positions created using that money. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sometimes wish that I could have a federal minister in front of me in that the fact that there's $15 million and a lot of positions, presently being funded by our federal government. Do we have a sense of the stability of that funding? I know this is, a question a federal minister would have to answer, but is Jordan's principal funding going to disappear anytime? Because that is a huge amount flowing directly to our schools.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you. I think the indications from the federal government is that this is funding that they would like to see entrenched. Perhaps I can hand it over to Mr. McDonald, who might have some more information.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this federal funding is actually divided into two separate programs, both delivered through Indigenous Services Canada. So one program is the better known, it's Jordan's Principle, and that program is funded based on a Human Rights Tribunal decision. So the federal government has a long-term policy and funding commitment for Jordan's Principle. The second program is known as Children First, and it's basically a similar program designed for Inuit children who need those same services. Now, that program doesn't have the same degree of permanence to it at this time, as far as we're aware. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Minister.
Thank you.
Member for YK North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I kind of want to save myself time asking every department that has Jordan's Principles funding, applying to it and flowing through it. And once again, I know this is a federal government initiative, but perhaps I'm looking at the Minister of Finance, we could kind of have a breakdown of the total Jordan's Principle funding that is existing within the GNWT right now.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, and I can work with the Minister of Finance to figure that out. The amount that exists in the Department of Education, Culture and Employment is zero, because this is money that's applied for by the Education Councils, not by us. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK North.
Yeah, thank you, and I recognize that, and that's the complication of me asking these questions, but I think if we're going to, and you've committed to reviewing the funding formula, but to me, the conversation of the funding formula really is not complete without recognition that there's millions of dollars in the system that's not ours. So I think that figure is extremely important to all conversations going forward. Moving on, I wanted to get an update on Northern Distance Learning. I understand we're in phase 3 right now. Are we meeting our expansion goals? And can you give me an idea of what communities are next?
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you. Yeah, we are meeting the goal we set out 3 years ago now. Was it? Yeah, 3 years ago. We will be expanding in the coming year to 20 communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK North.
Thank you. I'm happy to hear that's on track, and I look forward to further expansion. I guess my next question is that the Education Act will be coming forward in the life of this Assembly. I'm glad we're going to have the conversation about the funding formula. Can I just confirm that the scope of the Education Act amendments will include allowing us to devolve education to Indigenous governments, should they be desired? Should it be desired?
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you. I think this would likely be more of a repeal and replace than a few amendments here and there. And one of the main considerations is the fact that the member just referenced that we need a piece of legislation that allows Indigenous governments to devolve the authorities that they have, but our legislation currently doesn't allow. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Okay, the next up is member for Tunaday Welladay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going to add some questions that just to carry on from what my colleague from Yellowknife North mentioned about Jordan's principle. I've taken a tour through some of the schools already that are affected by this. I think it's really important. It kind of runs in parallel with a lot of the DEA work that's going on. So I guess my question I had for this was, how is this federal program going to affect the overall budget going forward? I know it's a pretty broad question, but how is this going to be one of those programs that's going to run alongside it? Is it going to be for the better of the overall budget for the education going forward? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you. So our budget is going to continue to be our budget, and then there's this supplementary funding coming from the federal government. In the long term, we do, like the previous member stated, we do have to consider this. Is there a need for these 173 positions? And if there is, why aren't they being funded from, within the department? Why isn't that part of our funding formula? These are big conversations we have to have. I mean, some of the schools I've been to have an amazingly high amount of Jordan's Principles workers there, whether they're support assistants or teachers. And, you talk to the teachers in those schools and they say they can't run their class without those assistants, because there are students who just need somebody with them, not to take them out of the class, but just to give them a little more attention. And without those additional adult bodies in the room, classes become a little more disruptive, and it's hard for anyone to learn. So it's going to be a major discussion over the coming years for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tuna-Day-Welladay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, for the Minister, for his response. I did hear the word entrenched going forward. So to me, that sounds like at some point the Minister or one of his colleagues will be lobbying for more federal funding for this program. Is that what I'm hearing? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you. Absolutely. This has become vital, and I think the Feds see a need for it, and I can't speak for them. I can't say if it's entrenched. I mean, we could have a new government and it could get drastically slashed, but this is definitely, when I speak with the appropriate ministers, I will definitely be speaking to the value of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tuna-Day-Welladay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing further.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, please turn to page 41. Education, College and Employment, Early Childhood and School Services Operations Expenditure Summary 2020-2021. Main estimates $202,806,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Next item will be income security, beginning on page 45 with information item on page 48. Questions? Oh, Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to, with the Chair's indulgence, bring in Mr. Satterino for this next two sections, and Mr. McDonald may take his leave into the witness room, I guess.
That's fine. Please proceed. Bring in the witness. Minister?
Thank you. Making his first appearance at the witness table, Mr. Satterino.
Thank you, Minister. Questions? Member for YK North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it took me some time to realize that income assistance and income security are two different terms. My questions are in relation to income assistance. My question right now is income assistance is a great program, but one of the issues I consistently have with my constituents is that they don't have a phone and they don't have the internet, which doesn't allow them to look for jobs. Often if they don't have a phone, they miss their appointments, which then means they miss their income assistance check, and then it kind of spirals, they lose their housing, and we end up having people in poverty. So my question to the minister is there a possibility of adding a communications allowance into the income assistance program, and what that would cost?
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, and I appreciate where the member's coming from. In our modern world, everyone has cell phones, everyone uses the internet. It's become sort of a necessity of life, and it's been recognized as such by multiple organizations. We do allow clients to use phones and the internet in the offices, in the income assistance office. In this budget, though, we aren't contemplating adding a phone or internet allowance. There has been some work done on that, and just looking at a basic phone plan and a basic internet plan on your phone, we are pushing, I think, an additional $2 million or so is what it would cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look forward to having further conversations of this, and I appreciate getting that number of $2 million. I see that, income assistance, we all know, is increasingly going up. It went up $2 million from the last part. I think one of my beliefs here, and perhaps we can have this conversation later, is that if you actually give a person a phone and the internet, they're more likely to get a job. They're more likely to be able to get in contact with the numerous services they're interacting with. And we've seen through integrated case management that often our most vulnerable clients not having a phone is one of the biggest issues that causes the spiral into poverty. So I would, in that analysis, has the minister looked into whether providing people with a phone or the internet would actually save us any money?
Thank you, member. Minister.
No, I haven't looked into that. The North, and it would be difficult, I guess, to sort of extrapolate that from other jurisdictions, like to say this has worked in other jurisdictions and so it would also work in the territory. We are vastly different from most places that would do this type of research. But I've been very open with the members that I want to have an income assistance program that helps people get back into the job market. A lot of people on income assistance, they're in and out. There are additional barriers that keep them out of that job market. And what are those, and how can we assist them to get into that job market? And so if this is something that shows some merit, then maybe we can look further into it. But again, there's a lot of asks, especially in ECE, and we can't pay for everything that we would like. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look forward to having these conversations, and I think it just seems common sense that not having a phone is a barrier to getting a job. So maybe we can look into this more. My next question is, in regards to income assistance, for the $34 million we spend here, how much do we spend in administration? That would be, the staff and the people to actually provide money to the end users.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you. We can't parse out income assistance from the entire income security program. Income assistance is about 32, I'd have to look at the exact number in here. $32 million, but the client service officers who distribute income assistance also deal with a home or seniors home heating subsidy and a number of other programs. And so of the total $52 million that is spent on those programs, 6.5 is spent on administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You will hear me over the next 4 years make multiple pitches for a guaranteed livable income. I think one of the strongest arguments is the fact that it costs us $6.5 million to give out this, $6.5 million of this $32 million, depends on which numbers we're talking about exactly, is spent in administration costs. I'll leave that debate for another time. One of my other concerns with income assistance is it often requires people coming into the offices. There's a lot of paperwork involved. Is there, and I believe this is in the mandate, and there's some work being done on single window service, is there presently efforts in the department to move more of income assistance applications online?
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you. At this point, we haven't done that work. A lot of times people are bringing in pay stubs, they're bringing in things from the bank. It's not, and those are being brought in for verification. It isn't something that really lends itself. But that being said, I'll look into what other jurisdictions are doing and see if there are efficiencies to be found in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Minister's commitment to look into that and see what other jurisdictions are doing. Ultimately, I think one of the beautiful things about it is if we create these online service portals, and we're seeing this done for more and more departments, is that then in certain cases, you don't need the administrative staff. They essentially are replaced by the internet, which then means we have more money to provide people the actual income assistance, perhaps a phone. So I think there's a strong, once again, cost savings argument to creating an online portal for income assistance. I'll just leave that as a comment.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you. And online portals aren't free. I mean, there's always costs associated with them. I've seen them in the previous government. And honestly, if we had an online portal, it would free up time for our client service officers who I think are all overworked and who would probably appreciate being able to have the time to do what they're supposed to be doing and not be running themselves ragged. So I don't know if it would result in any savings in wages. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK North.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Member for Tunaday-Welladay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking at two line items here and a quick comment and some questions here. So I'm looking at the senior citizen supplementary benefit and senior home heating subsidies, those two line items. Not a whole lot of change in there. And I want to make some comments on our mandate, with our mandate item to enable seniors to age in place with dignity. We had a couple of commitments, and that's to increase seniors' home heating subsidy and to create a separate income assistance program tailored to seniors with persons with disabilities in our mandate. So I'm just wanting to see I would like to ask the minister, what is his vision or plan going forward to increasing these numbers or probably how would it look in the next budget moving forward? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you. So right now, the seniors' home heating subsidy, I think a lot of people see it as covering 100% of the costs. The fact is that it's intended to cover about 74% of the average cost of heating a home, an average home, in a particular region. And so each region is different. What we are proposing and what we're going to do is increase that 74% to 80%. So it's not 100%, but it is a larger increase. One of the issues that I find people run into is that, this was a cold winter, especially up in the Beaufort Delta, and seniors, they spend all of their heating money by February, and then if they want to fill up, each fill up is a minimum of $300, and they don't have that $300. So one of the options is looking at, if it is a subsidy and there is an expected contribution, perhaps every fill up there's a contribution from the senior. So instead of having a $300 contribution all at once at the end, maybe a few of them in a row, you make small contributions throughout the year so that you can extend that. There's administrative issues surrounding that, but that's just one of the options. The other initiative the member mentioned was creating, sorry, one second here, I want to get the wording right. I guess it was the position to, or the stream of income assistance for seniors, I believe. And so there's work underway to figure out how we can do that. There's no point in having seniors who have aged out of the workforce reporting their income every single month. I know seniors on income assistance who have difficulty getting out of the house. They're they have medical issues that keep them homebound, and it's difficult for them to just to do that basic reporting. And even if you payroll them, it's still a big issue to get out of there every 3 or 6 or 12 months. So the idea is to treat those people who are collecting income assistance different from the people who are able-bodied and who have fallen on hard times. They're two different completely populations, and there's no point in having them lumped together in a single program. And so the idea is to parse out separate those programs so that it serves those distinct populations better. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tuniday-Willowday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the Minister for that response as well. Okay. So I guess I had a quick comment. I was just doing some research here just earlier on the N.W.T statistics on age, some age demographics, and it looks like we're going to start to see an influx of people retiring. And I'm just wondering that, are we going to expect to see an increase with these two line items that I just mentioned moving forward? Because I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing an increase in the applications for these programs. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. It's hard to predict a lot of these programs, but I think that if you look at the statistics of the number of people who are getting to a certain age, that more people are going to become eligible for the programs, and hence there's going to be more uptake, and that's certainly what we've seen. There's also fuel prices. While these aren't tied to fuel prices necessarily, if a senior runs out of fuel, we don't just necessarily leave them hanging. If they've used their entire benefit and they still are eligible for income assistance, we'll help them out so their house doesn't freeze in the middle of February in -40, right? And so those type of costs also grow, and those are based on the fuel cost. If the price of fuel doubles, they're going to run out quicker, and we're going to be providing more of that additional assistance as well. So, unfortunately, like most of these types of programs in the territory, I imagine that costs will go up. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tuniday-Willowday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you again for that response. Helping elders in the middle of winter like that, it's good. That, to me, that sounds dignified. I'd like to hear more of that, and I'd like to hear that from other departments. So that's just a comment, and that's all I have to say. And Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Sure, thank you. And again, I'll bring this back to what I've been saying and what everyone's been saying here, that it would be great if we could increase all of these programs and do all these things we want to do, but we have to focus on the priorities of the Assembly and the mandate, and there's a lot of great ideas and wonderful things that I would like to see done in income assistance, but they all cost money. And so I want to temper everyone's expectations. While I'm open to discussing everything and changing what we can do, changing our mentality, it all costs money. And so I'm not guaranteeing it's all going to get done, or even any of it's going to get done. But if we can do things better, that's what I want to do. And I want to work with the members to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Thabatcha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to ask a question on the student financial assistance. For the 2018-2019 actuals to now, there's been an increase. Does that mean there's more students enrolled, or does it mean an increase in student financial assistance?
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. The budget has remained the same, but there are more students projected to access it than, so we budgeted higher than we needed to, I guess, in the last round. So there were less students accessing it, and going forward, hopefully we have more students accessing it.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Thabatcha.
I just want to make sure that that all students that want to take post-secondary education have access. I'm saying that because we we had a problem just before Christmas with regards to the new aviation program that was being held in Fort Smith. And in the end, we did, I want to make sure that post-secondary education includes pilots. It includes, it doesn't necessarily have to all be associated with Aurora College or University of Alberta or anywhere else in Canada. And I want to make sure that access is important for all students of the Northwest Territories, and there's no distinguishment of where they're going to school. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you. And the way that Aurora College, the way that SFA determines whether or not a school is eligible is based on, there's a master list. You can access it. It's a federal list of accredited universities. It's accessible through the SFA website, and you go on there, you can search for a school, and if it's on that list, then if it has a program leading to a license, certificate, diploma, bachelor's, master's, etc., then it's an eligible school. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Thabacha?
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions on income security? There's no further questions. Please turn to page 46. Education, Culture, and Employment Income Security, Operations Expenditure Summary, 2020-2021, main estimates, $54,359,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Next section is Labor Development and Advanced Education, beginning on page 49, with information items on pages 53 to 60. Minister? Can't hear you. Oh. I guess it sounds like it's dinner time, according to Ms. China, so we'll break for 5 minutes. We'll have a recess for probably 20 minutes. Thank you.